Let's see here. Would anyone like to give a brief recap of what last week happened? What happened last week? Great. Dyslexia has already kicked in for tonight.
I can do that. So, we had a big, crazy combat that actually went pretty okay for the party.
Surprisingly, shockingly, yeah.
I feel
Way
like
better.
I, but we did, yes. We battled the Black Cyst that was coming for Westbridge. Not without losses. We did lose Triscan and a number of other villagers and NPCs. Not all of them named, but throughout the town. We never did get to see what Kippen was gonna unleash. She like started something. Then we got her away. But anyway, after it, we did have a small little altercation with some cultists that had kind of maybe taken advantage of the situation to cause their own havoc or wreak their own havoc. But when we questioned them, it seemed like the Black Earth cult had not yet summoned Ogremok. So we weren't at the level of All Hydra yet. We then saw a silhouette flying in from the south. Nina originally thought it was going to be the Deceiver or Fraser, but turns out it was just Gelester Silvermane from Waterdeep, who is a spy of Lady Loyola? Whatever. Silverhand.
Yeah.
Laurel. Yes, whatever.
Laura.
Yeah. He basically let us know that after the weakening, the lords and ladies of Waterdeep, and I think it was the Lord's Alliance, right? So everyone on the Sword Coast essentially was experiencing this and was just like, okay, we need to put together a council, someone to handle this. And our name came up. So he was supposed to be our voice on this council as we are the boots on the ground. And basically offered and said that like the might of Faerun is behind us. This included Waterdeep, Neverwinter, Silvery Moon, Shadowdale, Cormule, Baldur's Gate, Eltrigard, the Vizier Empire, so your not mother-in-law, but your pact lady, the Zentarim, the Fae Queen, even the Moonshae Isles and Mirabar, all were part of this council. We countered a little bit. Nathan was basically like, okay, if we do this, you can't argue with any of our requests as long as it's within your power to grant us. It just has to be a yes, and then go from there. But he also requested that Parsonus be added to the council as a voice for everyone else who was not represented by the lords and ladies, aka the common people, or that sort of thing. But we did spend an hour essentially telling him everything we've encountered, giving him maps, entrances, exits, etc. to all of the cults, so that should we need them to deploy someone to aid us, they have all the information they need to do kind of quickly. Mentioning the Black Cyst and the Elder Eye kind of gave him pause. I think it seemed like he didn't... he had knowledge of this in a different way, and I think we kind of intuited that like there was some guilt that he was feeling. Above table, we know that he was the one that, from our little side quests, that Nathan's character was trying to contact, but the Voluntolds don't know that. He did seem surprised we defeated All Hydra, but that's okay. And then eventually we all settled down for the night. I think we were heading off to get some long rests in a way. So Tempo went to sleep. I don't remember what Rowan did, but Nathan went to ask Kippen for help preparing the ship. I think Chara went off to see Parsonus. Nina and Pell flew around Westbridge a bit, and we just kind of tried to regroup and prepare to head out soon to take on the cults. That's what I got.
Very good. Inspiration to you. Okay.
And we leveled up.
And you leveled up. Wonderful. Okay. So you all have taken a long rest. To start, just because you weren't here the previous session, Chara, prior to returning to Waterdeep, just kind of to retroact, before you all departed, so as the Manta Rose was still getting close to Westbridge, anything... So let me actually get the... Let's do this. All right. You all are on the Manta Rose. Chara, as it travels east back towards Westbridge, Parsoness is in bed, recovering. It has not taken long for all of you to travel from the Bessemer ruins below to Westbridge. However, you all did get a long rest. Parsoness was able to recover a level of exhaustion, which meant he could actually move. And he was able... You see color returning to him. And he's quite a pale person to begin with, so to see just some of that normal, natural, cool tone come back is pretty relieving. The bags under his eyes has left a bit. He still looks pretty exhausted as you both wake up the next morning knowing you're going to arrive at Westbridge and that you are possibly going to be jumping into a situation. You hear him kind of grunt and clear his throat as he sits up, and you see him kind of lean over the side of the bed, just sitting up, stretching pained muscles, and he looks back over his shoulder at you, and you see him just kind of reach over and adjust the sheets. Do you need anything?
Chara would touch his hand and just be like, "No, I'm supposed to be asking you if you need anything."
What I need is to move.
Then a walk about the ship sounds like a great way to do that.
All right. He kind of stretches, uses the headboard to help pull himself up, and puts on some clothes, some clean clothes, looks at the bed, and you could see he's seeing the sweat stains on it, and he's just kind of a cringed look before he just kind of lifts the duvet and pulls it over it and just starts to hobble slowly towards the door. Do you want me to bring you dinner? Breakfast. Sorry.
Yeah, that would be great.
All right. And he would head down, grab some breakfast. Anything you won't need or want to do while he's out?
I feel like, man, I don't know.
It sounds like you have something in mind.
I do have something in mind. But part of me is like, I feel like hashing it out with Nathan, like a little bit more, makes sense right now. And like, yeah, Chara would totally wait for him to walk out of the room and then dip and take a right where he took a left to go find Nathan.
Yeah. You wind up finding Nathan. I am honestly have no idea where in the timeline Nina and Nathan are, but you likely find them probably together. Probably in their room.
Well, actually, I think we slept on the deck. Remember, Nathan passed out and Nina
Okay.
sat there, and then everyone kind of ended up coming to us. So Rowan found us to bridge with Hesteva. So I think it's all just going down on the observation deck.
So observation deck, you see Parsonus, Nathan and Nina. You see Parsonus. Just you hear probably the slow shuffle before you see his form just kind of walk past and head towards the rail, and then just kind of start the slow climb down. He pauses briefly as his eyes catch on all of you, and he looks particularly at you, Nathan, and he just kind of gives a nod and then continues down. And then you hear...
Funny enough, I might have to reset this whole scene.
Oh.
Because I kicked Chara out to talk to Parsonus.
You did. You did.
And she would have been right outside the door when I left.
Okay. That's right. Oh boy, these are rough.
About it. I was like, wait, yeah.
So maybe Parsonus goes to leave. That's when you have your conversation. So Chara's just right outside the door or something.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
What are the chances that I could eavesdrop on their conversation that happened, 3 weeks ago IRL?
Very good. Considering you have a passive perception of 30?
It's 28, but yeah.
Oh, is that before you leveled?
Before I leveled, it was 23.
God damn it. No. It's there's no use of me even trying to argue that. If you are hanging outside the door, you can for sure hear the voices inside the room.
Yeah, and quick lowdown of what would have been said out loud was just basically me being pissed at him for not saying something earlier before, almost dying. And that friends aren't allowed to hide stuff like that when it comes to the immediate danger in themselves.
Hypocrite.
Yep. And essentially that I would back him up no matter what happens. And we will try to make whatever's going to happen in the future be our choice. Not what is prophesized.
Thank you for
that. Okay, so did you at any point, you're talking about his lineage and how, or are you talking about something else? Did you say?
I'm talking about something else, but we did not say exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty nondescript. They kind of kept it very even keel. I think both of...
Basically, the big thing was a written note that was read, so it wouldn't have been said out loud.
Yep.
Okay.
And then, so to reset this, Chara, you are outside the room. As Nathan comes out, would you have left? or would you have stayed there?
As Parsoness walked.
Well, Parson is still in the room. My apologies. So you two would have awoken. He would have gotten up, probably walked around the room a bit, probably getting dressed. Oh, no, wait. Because he was still totally paralyzed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
You got mad at, so you got mad at me for wanting to talk to him when he could stand, because I wanted him to be able to stand because I really wanted to be able to punch him, but I couldn't because he couldn't get out of bed.
So he's in bed. My apologies. Whole, let's just fuck whatever the first 5 minutes were. And you're listening in outside the door.
Yep.
You did, when you were in there, because I was playing, you did admit that you were pissed at Nathan. But also that something along the lines of you're still teammates.
Yeah.
And things like that. And you wound up stepping out. You heard this conversation back and forth, almost seemingly purposefully vague, as if someone who knows you pretty well by now knows to keep a certain amount, probably has no idea that you're listening, but just always assumes that you can hear him. And a few minutes later, Nathan steps outside of the room. When you know he's coming out, because you would have heard nearing the end of their conversation, would you have stayed? Or would you have moved on?
I would have moved on. I think if they're talking, I'm mad at this point, but I'm like, all's well that ends well. Like, had it not ended well, it would be a different conversation, but like...
Oh, one of the specific lines I did use when I asked to speak to Parkness alone without you, I said afterwards he was free to share it with you. I just wanted to let him know first.
Oh, then I skitter right into that room. Like, no shame. If I... Spousal privilege? Yes, please. Like...
Okay, so...
That one line is probably the only line that saved you from me using the bubble wand.
Nathan, you step out of the room, and as you open the door, a flash of silk and red hair just comes sweeping past you as Chara dives back into the room.
Is it bad that I pictured like a spider fox just from the ceiling up the top of the doorway over my head, just into the room?
Oh, that's so wonderful. The door closes. Chara, you see Parsoness laying on the bed, unable to move. Still completely paralyzed, basically. Unable to use any movement with the amount of exhaustion levels he has. And he still looks pretty screwed up. And he sees you sweep back in, and you see a momentary widening of his eyes before they just kind of take you in. And he just kind kind of smiles at you.
Chara would like sashay over to the bed a little, like flip her hair, and she'd be like, "So, what'd you talk about?"
Apologies.
I heard that part.
So you were listening?
When do I not listen?
Yes. Apologies and guilt trips for being an absolute idiot.
He shot you. Why are you the idiot?
Because I tried to be something that I'm not. And he just kind of reaches out a hand, like weakly, towards you.
I'll take his hand. Just like, what do you mean something you're not? I mean, you're you, right?
Yes, Chara, you and the rest of your group are you're beyond me. You're better. Your skills, the things you can do. I thought I could protect you, and turns out I wound up being the one that needed protecting. And that feels awful. And I'm sorry. I shouldn't have kept my delicate condition from everyone. It felt very demeaning. And I'm sorry.
What condition?
Oh, the part where Nathan's god was trying to kill me and I was turned into a weak little baby.
Nathan's god trying to kill you. Okay. Nathan's god really has tried to kill a lot of people. So I don't know if you should feel that special about it, first of all. But second of all, he's killing people left and right. But it's just a moment in time. You may have needed protection then, but it'll be my turn next time. Are you saying something else? Am I missing what you're trying to tell me?
His fingers kind of wrap around yours a bit, and he kind of tries to tug you a little bit closer. I want to be there with you. I would love to protect you, but the fact of the matter is, I'm a liability.
Okay. Um, Char like definitely narrows her eyes and is like, all right, so your liability is what you think, is what you believe that you are.
He gives your hand a squeeze. Pulls it in and gives it a kiss. And then lets it go.
Huh. Okay. So what do you propose you do then?
For now, breakfast would be nice. Maybe you just lie here. I honestly don't think I can move.
Okay. Well, I will get you some breakfast.
You really don't have to. I can have Tink bring it up.
Okay.
You should probably go meet with your team. They probably need you.
Char would give him a peck on his forehead and just kind of like touch the side of his face as she goes to walk out of the room.
He kind of turns into it a bit before his eyes just kind of drift away, and you head out of the room and head towards the rest of your party. As you head down the plankway towards the navigation table where there are the 2 ladders that head down and the 2 observation decks. Off to one side, you see Nathan and Nina and I believe Rowan. He's probably joined you at this point. And you, unless you have any interactions you want to do, you climb down the ladder, head towards the kitchen, and Enoff has breakfast already set off to the side. It is not her normal fare. It's kind of just set up almost like an afterthought, but you scoop some up and take it back up. Take it past your team once again. Head back to the room. Parsoness is asleep when you deliver breakfast. What do you do?
The only thing I'll say, Chara for sure would not deliver him breakfast if he said he was going to have Tink do it.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
She would be like, okay, like if you want to do it yourself or figure it out yourself, like go for it. I'm not gonna overstep, you know. Gonna let him do that. I'd let him sleep.
Okay. So what do you do when you leave the room then? Where do you go? What is Chara doing in this time? the rest of the remaining time in between getting to Westbridge, which I believe is not that long. Let me
I don't
look
think it's
here.
very far. It was like a day or something.
Yeah, it's like...
It was a couple of hours, like an hour or two, I think, after we had our conversation with Hestiva, so...
Yeah.
I'm still gonna go talk to Nathan.
Okay. So you find him and Nina and Rowan at the observation deck.
This feels a little familiar. But Chara would just kind of walk up. Like, she would make her presence known to the room, as she does. She'd be like, walk up beside Nathan and just be like, so we can talk in front of everyone or we can talk somewhere else. The choice is yours.
Go ahead and talk. I mean,
Tell me more about your god.
well, I guess I should start by correcting the phrasing. More like father. But nonetheless, sure, he's literally the father of all of the Norse gods on Eastgard. What would you like to know in specific?
Huh. So he's your dad? He's your father?
Essentially.
Like,
Yeah.
essentially or literally?
Well, he resurrected me, so
Do with that what you will, kind of thing.
exactly.
Why is your daddy hunting Parsonus?
Parsonus's daddy,
Yeah.
or granddaddy, I'm not sure which, is one of the leaders of the demon army that started the Blood Wars.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Who killed thousands of Odin's children.
Got it.
Yeah, so there's some bad blood between that whole thing there. And I tried to remind him that Parsonus had nothing to do with it. So
And-
he should fuck off, essentially. And
That
I
work?
reminded Parsonus that what our dads did had nothing to do with us. He's my friend and always will be.
But that worked, is what you're saying. You told the father of everything to fuck off, and he fucked right off.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's brat behavior.
I mean,
It smells.
not wrong.
It smells of bullshit.
Yeah. Well, he's not going to go anywhere near him again.
But there are consequences.
Always. That I'll have to deal with. As he put it.
What kind of consequences?
Yeah, that's still a little vague. Rowan kind of speaks up.
That is for Parsonus to share if he wants to or not. That is not my place.
To share the consequences that you're facing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's how that works. When Parsonus went down, I prayed. I thought very, very hard in the general direction of any celestial being to come and save him. I was unheard for the most part. But you're saying Char would just like turn away from the group and just you're saying that this guy just listened to you and you're gonna suffer the consequences.
You ever had somebody tell you that your decisions are going to be worse later on in life so you can deal with those consequences?
No.
Okay, well, that's the speech I got.
God, that explains so much.
Rowan's just like picking at her breakfast, like.
And given that I am, I think, pretty much almost literally the only survivor and last living son, yeah, he listened.
Char, if it's any consolation, they don't listen to me either, but here you are standing next to two semi-celestial people, so your prayer didn't have to go far to save them.
I was going to say, and when I reached out to him, somebody helped. So I don't think you were unheard. You just were directed. At least it didn't feel like it was just me reaching out.
Yeah, that was probably me. Or, you know, I was trying to help. And I used some divine magic to call out to Ilmater. And I kind of got the feeling he helped strengthen.
So it's Ilmater now, not Erroneous?
That's just who Rowan said she specifically reached out to at that time.
No, I know.
Yeah. Oh, you're saying that. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nina's just like, oh, so it's whichever one you feel like?
No, I mean, I don't know. I was serving
Y'all's god
Heronius.
shit is crazy.
Then it was this Chalice, whose dad is Heronius, and Ilmater. I don't know. I don't really know.
More daddy issues too.
Yeah. And to answer your question and fill in a little more for you, Odin has an all-seeing eye, and he can see everything. Past, present, future, all things. And he only has one eye, actually, now that I think about it. But nonetheless, the entire, what would you guys call it? I read it recently. Pantheon. The pantheon of gods that kind of filtered down from Odin are all gods of war. And yeah, that's what we do.
Okay. DM, did we agree? Didn't you and I have a conversation
A few?
about, did I do it? Did I send it in our private chat? Hold on. So here's my thinking. Everybody else can plug their ears for a second. This is between me and DM. So my whole thing was there was no way that Char was gonna sit still while Parsonus was dying, so to speak. There was no way that she was gonna fucking sit still.
It's probably because I deafened them.
That's funny. So okay, because I had messaged you about Chara like fucking panicking and sending messages.
On which part? Say it. Okay.
So okay. When Parsonus was dying, I said, okay, not to be dramatic, but there's no way Chara would have sat and done nothing. I know I was joking about calling his dad, but low-key, what if I sent a fucking message to Parsonus' dad in my panic? Because he's a devil. If the gods aren't going to listen to me, then why the fuck not reach out to a devil?
Okay.
But anyway, I thought that really hard, and I've missed a whole month of sessions in between then. But like,
Yeah, you didn't get a response from them.
okay, from the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Well, shit.
You ready
Okay.
for me to undeafen them?
Yeah, if you're ready for the consequences of
Okay.
me retroing that.
Okay, go for it.
All right. Okay, so, well, this is why Chara, me, I should not be kept in the dark. This is why people should tell me things. Important things. Because sometimes, when you panic and you don't have all the information, sometimes you do things.
Like what?
I'm so glad you asked. So do you remember that time that you shot Parksinus and he almost died?
Mm-hmm.
And you remember how I told you I prayed really hard?
Mm-hmm.
Chara.
The gods weren't listening.
Mm-hmm.
But the devil was. So, you know, I just sent a message.
To Fraser? Or to some other devil?
Another devil, not Fraser. I sent a message to, what's his face?
What? Which one? Who's
Parsonus'
what's his face?
dad.
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Why?
Cool.
Okay,
So who else is trying to kill me?
listen, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure I could just reach out and say it was a misunderstanding.
Sure.
Rowan
Sure.
raises a hand. I'm sorry. Who is Parsons' dad?
An archdevil.
Oh.
I need a fucking drink. And Nina's just gonna walk to go get a bottle of wine and then come back.
I prayed to fucking Yala. I prayed to Heronius.
Why
I
would you
was
pray to Yala? It's you.
You made up Yala.
You are Yala.
You're gonna pray to yourself. Just fucking do something.
I imagine Tempo's just like...
Yeah. Temple's very calmly, just watching.
Petting her cat.
It just occurred to me that I'm Yala, so no wonder Yala wouldn't answer when I prayed, because it's me.
Rowan just stabs at some eggs with her fork, tearing them apart just consistently, scrambling them further and further.
I consider you a good friend, and I care about you. But sometimes I wonder how you function at all.
I made it 50 years on my own. Like,
You did.
You sure
We're
you're not
just a
part
little
halfling?
surprised by it. Okay, Archdevil. You said there would be
Archdevil
consequences.
that wants
You would
partsness.
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
You-
Wait, what?
what?
Archdevils have a tendency to want their heirs because they need them to run the hells.
That would be the consequence. That Parsoness would need to share.
He's literally practically paralyzed right now. I can't really tell him this information. I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh
Does
my
this-
god.
Does this seem like an after the abscess fight, or?
No, this is still before the cyst.
Yeah, I just meant the whole conversation.
Like, you want us to handle the Archdevil before we save Westbridge? Is that?
No, the other way. We should
Okay.
say Westbridge first.
Yeah.
And then come back.
You want to put a pin in this? Put the genie back in the bottle?
Sweep it under the rug.
So, fun for you. Remember my memories that you decided to take part in? Remember the 2 crazy demons that I fought at the end there?
Yeah?
Those aren't even devils.
All right.
But Nicolatia, how does that work?
I'm sure there's a way, and I don't want to think about it.
I have
Ever.
questions.
Magical insemination? A
I
pact
have-
with the devil?
I have questions. That's all I'm saying.
All
I'm
right.
sure there's books out there that will answer them for you. But
I
nonetheless,
bet Parsoness has them on a shelf.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, Parsoness is being sought after by his father, who's apparently an archdevil, who helped start the Blood Wars, and when he was dying, Chara, you reached out to him, called out for him. Did he respond to you?
I don't remember.
Insight check.
Allie doesn't know. Did he respond? Did I get a response?
I did get a 22 on whether or not Charles.
Nina, you get the impression that as Chara is sitting there thinking, she has no clue. But you, Allie, you did not.
Okay.
So Chara,
Yeah.
you don't remember having this conversation with Parsoness' dad. You just know, in a fit of rage, you reached out to the one person you hoped would help Parsoness.
which that part we do not blame you for. at all.
Correct.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
Yeah.
Nope.
But you didn't hear back.
Okay.
The same way you didn't hear back from Yala, you didn't hear back from Heronius. So is
we
it
figured out the Yala thing.
Right. Yep. For sure.
Figured that out.
So do you think it would be safe to assume that unless you used sending or another divine, and I kind of look to Rowan, communication, that he didn't actually hear you?
Wait. So you mean that thing that I do?
Right, like you and I have the one where as long as we're in 100 yards of each other or whatever. We can talk. But there's that one where you can do it like really far distances.
Across planes, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's the one you used?
that's the one.
Okay, so he definitely heard you.
Yeah.
You just didn't give a
Nathan.
response. Okay.
Nathan has a question.
So, I know this is a question that only Parsoness can really answer, but I have a feeling I don't think he can actually answer this. But if he dies, he's not going to get resurrected on his home plane, is he?
Is this a question to the DM or to the party?
No, this is just to the party.
Okay.
Which is kind of like how I used to work. Now, that being said, if Archdevil Daddy didn't step in to save Parsoness and he died, he'd come home.
But
So we technically just stopped that, which would really piss him off.
Nicolatia is his mother. This is his home plane.
Depends.
I don't think
on a lot of
Nicolatia
things.
went to hell to give birth to this man.
We could ask.
This is I need another drink.
Rowan
anyway.
also holds out her glass.
But I think my biggest concern right now is the fact that that is like telling him where he is.
Why are you so sure his dad's after him to run hell? Maybe it was part of the plan that he didn't.
Consequences of keeping him alive. And he just leaves it at that.
Nina kind of just mutters, yeah, I thought they were more consequences for you.
I still lose my best friend.
Mm-hmm.
And have to fight.
Who says we have to fight?
I didn't say we. Go ask Parsoness. If he tells you everything, I don't have to sit here and try to be stupidly with my words.
I'll ask him after we fight the abacus.
That's how you count numbers. It's called just a black cyst. I love
I
it.
didn't even know that, so it's all good.
I love a low intelligence character. They're actually
so
my favorite.
such perfection.
It's so good. It's so good. I was like, how did she come up with that word so fast? I wouldn't have even known what rhymed with like cyst off the top of my head. That was genius.
Okay. So we'll say nearing the end of this conversation, you all come to Westbridge. You see the vines surrounding the city. You touch down. You make a mad rush towards the main portion of the city. Head north. You wind up battling the cyst. You see familiar faces. Fasta. Eunice, who has built this massive vine barrier around Westbridge, and winds up being the first person taken by the cyst. And you see this cyst make its way through town, birthing 2 tar creeps as it goes. It's darkness and evil just penetrating. It's madness and chaos, causing the citizens and some of you to lose your sense of self. And give in to the madness and chaos and just fight. Including Fasta, Nina, Nathan at one point. So many citizens, family members that suddenly in their mass escape turned to fight and flight on those that they loved most. And after the Voluntold's and others, the citizens of Westbridge, the guards that you all raised up and trained along with Hestava, defeated the Black Cyst, defeated its tar creeps, put out the fires, directed the people. The now a cleric of Yala, Marigold, went about healing and keeping people from dying as best she could. One person to the next, to the next, to the next. At the end of the day, many people had... No, that's not correct. Less than 24 had perished, which is incredible considering what had happened to the city previous. Because I can't remember if it was Yartar or Tribor.
It was Tribor.
Tribor, thank you.
Yartar, yeah.
Tribor was a complete loss. Everyone there turned to madness and wound up killing each other or being killed and consumed by the cyst. In Westbridge, you all defeated this black cyst, this nightmare of Therisdune, a tiny fragment. And afterwards, as you all regrouped at the mansion, you all met with a representative of Waterdeep, the spy of Lavrelra Silverhand, the open lord of Waterdeep, her spy, Jalester Silverhand. Why they named them both Silver, who knows?
Yep.
But he is a man with a long face, long nose, well kept, but able to blend into crowds easily. And he pleaded his case to you that the realms had gathered and were ready now to make an offensive. But this was going to take time. Building resources, building armies, especially after faith and hope had been lost. The divinity, the weakening, had caused the divine powers to disassociate. As people became distrusting, they lost hope in the gods and became fearful of reaching out to the gods. This weakened them. And many of the realms lost the ability to readily gather soldiers and armies. So in this moment, as Jalester pleaded the case of this newly formed Council of the Realms, you all in discussions requested that Parsinus be added as a member. Jalester would continue to be your voice, and he would find housing within Westbridge at one of the inns. He gave you a stone which is a bit more powerful than just a typical sending stone. You can contact him at any time, speak as long as you like. When you have the power of the Black Staff behind you, you tend to have very powerful wizards and sorcerers who are able to conjure up magnificent items. And you all were able to obtain one of these as he offered you this stone. He himself having one that connects him to the council. He was to be your voice to the council. And you all spent an hour recounting everything you knew about your time amongst the cults, the layouts of everything you'd been through thus far. And he assured you he was going to get all the information organized and sent to the council, and would meet back up with you to find out what your next moves are. As he packed up his things and left for the inn in the city of Westbridge. Nathan, you went and visited Kippen, and just to catch up with her, and ask about the ship and future plans. And in that time, Nina flew down into the town with Pell on her back, and then cast fly on her as well, allowing her to have a few minutes of absolute freedom, and flew into the town, leaving you, Chara. As you head into the rest of the mansion, Tempo and Rowan kind of stayed behind, seemingly having their own little conversation. You head throughout the mansion and you see other survivors. You know that you need to let Parsinus know that he is about to be a voice on the Council of the Realms alongside other leaders of renowned cities, and including like other realms, including Queen Titania, someone you've had interaction with before. And Nathan asked that Parsinus, be the voice of the people, those who have no voice. And then he left to go talk to Kippen, which left you to make that announcement to Persinus. What would you like to do in this time?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not that.
Shit. I guess I just gotta go tell him. I mean, I gotta tell him.
Okay.
I would try to find him.
You head through the back of the mansion, head out one of the back doors towards the Manta Rose that you see parked on the expansive area in the back lawn. And yeah, you head inside through the hatch and you head towards his room. He is sitting at his desk now. And you see him... Actually, no, he's seated before his bookcase. On his chair that he has kind of dragged over towards it. And you see him looking at all the titles, his eyes just kind of bouncing across them. And you see him reach up and grab one, look at the title, pull another one out, and he like swaps them. And you see him just kind of slowly reorganizing the bookcase.
Penny for your thoughts? Pence? Silver? Copper for your thoughts?
I always charge gold.
Damn, that's a good response. That's a good one. Do you know, where you were born?
Why?
I just was curious. It came up in conversation recently. One life-altering thing at a time, though.
Conversation.
Well, so, hold on. We can come back to it. So, we met with the person about the thing.
I'm sorry, my darling, I'm not following.
So we met with this person, Jester? Am I making up names?
Nope, that's right.
Jalester Silverhand from Waterdeep.
Yeah.
He's here.
Yes.
Fuck me.
Apparently, several places have come together and created a council to help deal with the cult nuisance.
Okay, I'm getting the picture.
Yes. And there's a representative on the council for everywhere from Waterdeep to hey, no, Waterdeep to other places, Baldur's Gate, Vanjie, where your mom does the thing, Vajiri. Okay, Vajiri
Nicolasia's, yes, her
Yep,
empire,
yep.
yes. Very
Yes.
good. Good job.
What?
Yeah,
I'm proud
wonderful.
of that one. Anyway, so there's this big council, and we think that you should be on it.
What?
To look, nobody understands people the way that you do, and what the heartbeat of a civilization is. And that's what you did with the wild cards, and you know, you know the people that make up these cities better than any one of us do, or any one of the super highfalutin council members do. And so, and plus you chameleon well, you speak the language well. Why don't it's just
Chara, I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. I'm not quite understanding what it is you're saying.
you should go be on this council to speak for the people who cannot speak for themselves. Everybody else.
What? A council? Made of leaders of the realms.
Yes.
Whose idea was this?
Nathan's.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And you see him snap a book closed, and he shoves it into a spot on the bookshelf. Right. Did we tell them I'm the secret leader of the wild cards?
No. Why would we
Wonderful.
tell them that?
Okay. Well, you know, it's just I've never been nominated for something so public like this. I just want to be very clear on what my position is that I've been volunteered for.
Voluntold, but the
Right.
but the
This all makes perfect sense.
be who you want to be when you go. But
Where do I have to go?
I don't actually know the details.
What is my role? I mean, you said be the voice of people, but Is this what you want me to do?
I want you to do what you want to do. I didn't nominate you to do this, but do I think that there's somebody better suited? Not off the top of my head. I think you've got this. And I'm mad at you. Because, and she'll like poke him in the chest, because you said that you're helpless, and that's just not true. You can do so much. I'm boots on the ground, but like there's so much more that you can do, and just I don't know. I don't think it's a bad idea. But if you don't want to do it, if it's not for you, then don't do it.
Can I do it from here?
I don't see why not. They're willing to give us pretty much anything else we ask for. They have rocks. Talking rocks.
Do you... What is your part in all of this?
What I've been doing. Fighting and kicking ass, taking names.
Be careful.
Hey, you gotta deal with the wolves more than I do, so you be careful.
The who?
Yeah. It's a metaphor or something.
I'm not sure I follow.
So you know how I said... Hey, leave it. You know how I said... one life-altering thing at a time? I'm gonna give you 2 life-altering things at a time.
Great. Yeah, no, just lay it on me.
Well, so you know how... the... So you know how you and Nathan are like buddies, right?
Sure.
Great. You know how he shot you and you almost died in my arms?
Yeah, no, that literally happened like less than... yes. Very clear.
Great. I may have rung a bell that I can't unring in my panic.
What do you mean?
Well, the gods weren't listening to me. So I called the devils instead.
I don't know. I genuinely don't know what you mean by that.
You were dying, and it didn't look like you were coming back. And I mean, technically speaking, I've already promised your heir to something else, so like I can't really sacrifice it for you. So I just think that I thought it was a good idea to call on an archdevil to try to save you, and may have blasted that down a very loud cone in that general direction.
You called upon archdevils. Do you even have that
I know.
capability? I'm not sure I understand what that means. Like praying or
like shouting into their mind.
which ones?
So I know one.
That is.
I can't remember his name right now, but I definitely knew it when you were dying. And I can't think of it. Allie can't think of it right now because it was 2 months ago.
Are we talking about his dad?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so the Prince of Stygia, or however you pronounce it.
That's it. Yes.
You say this, and you see Parsonus, who is already... He's regained a little bit of color.
Yeah.
Go very pale.
Yeah.
You called on him. What did you say?
I said something along the lines of, you have to help him. He's dying. He can't die.
He pushes up from the chair, and he takes a few steps towards you, and without looking at you, he just kind of runs a hand along your arm, up under your hand, and grasps it. Before he connects eyes with you. His other hand almost like ghosts around Chara's abdomen. Briefly. Before his eyes connect with her. You should go.
Go?
You should go. And he lets go of your hand.
Go where?
I'll be the voice. Do whatever you want, but you should go be with your... Go do the things you need to do, Chara. And he leans forward and just gives you a kiss on the forehead. And then takes a step back and looks at the bookcase once more.
I thought you wanted this.
Well, there's things we all want. And
Yeah,
then
there
there's
is.
reality.
Chara would just kind of scoff and kind of take a once over of the room. And then she'd leave.
As you head out, do you exit the Manor Rose?
Yeah, I don't know where else to go.
Okay. You exit the Manor Rose, And climbing down, you feel the cool breeze bite across your skin. Leaves brushing past, and you take in a deep breath, looking about, and you see Ruby off near the back where the line of trees are. And you see her hike a pack up over her shoulder before she marches into the forest. Bringing us back to Nina and Pell. As you all fly, soaring on the winds for 5 minutes, 5.5 per Pell's mind, and where are you headed?
I think the goal was to just go back into town. Probably to check on Click and anyone else that Pell has connected with in her time here. So, because I know she's, she runs around, she spends some time doing some things. So I kind of let her lead who she wants to check in on. And I am also just making connections with people, casting some healing stuff where I can or where it helps. But yeah, I think it's just trying to make her feel like she's doing something too.
I think with that, you see her look very uncertainly at first, almost disconnecting as you all touch down and take in the movement of people, the gathering of resources, the crying and weeping of people, but also the comfort of neighbors coming forward and helping. You see the moving of what you would attribute to less than 24 dead bodies, which is incredible considering what had strolled into Westbridge. And Nina, you looking at these lines of blanket covered bodies, you know, having heard Rowan explain her vision of what she saw, that this could have been so much worse. And you all played a part in that. And you see Pell kind of looking about for a long moment, just almost like a shadow, before someone that is walking past seemingly trips a bit, and their armful of breads that they were carrying, some of them fall, and you see her immediately move forward, pick them up, and help walk them over to the group that this individual was heading towards. And she hands them over, takes a few steps back, looks across the people, and she sees Click as a couple of individuals lift the body of Tristan and start to take him over towards an area where they have dug graves, essentially. And you see her hesitate for a moment before she immediately just walks straight towards Click, walks up next to him, grasps his hand, and just walks over towards where they are preparing the burial. And she whispers some words to Click, and as they wait, they both just kind of sit and talk, both of them kind of peeling pieces of grass as they do. And Pal seems to be kind of talking a bit more than Click, but you see this little goblin boy responding. And by the end of it, you see Pal lift a little flower and grass crown that she reaches forward and just places on Click's head, but because he's small, it just goes over and winds up being like this necklace. And they grasp hands, and probably Marigold and some others have been speaking rights over those that have passed, as citizens continue to dig more graves. Again, not near the devastation that one had assumed, but equally devastating, as the cyst caused people to have momentary madness and forget those that they loved. Nina, you were inflicted with this. Nathan was inflicted with this. Fasta was inflicted with this. Like, to lose oneself and only know that chaos was around you, and for the fight and flight to kick in, and afterward realize that it's loved ones that you were fighting. You feel that overwhelming sense kind of take you for a brief moment. And you see Click kind of reach up and just wipe some tears from his face, wipe a good line of snot from under his long little nose. And you see Pal just kind of wrap an arm around him and lean her head down. And as Tristan is buried, some words are said, and the rest of the line continues as the rest of the bodies are buried. Family members speak on behalf of those they loved, forgetting the brief momentary madness that overtook them, and choosing to recall all of the good that they recalled of these loved ones. And it is heart-wrenching and healing in a way. And Marigold, after each one, speaks words of hope and regrowth. And each one receiving a blessing upon the family left behind. And it takes a few hours, and by the end of it, well, probably before the end of it, after a few more buried, Pell and Click would kind of turn away, allowing the crowd to continue move down, and they would turn back towards you and walk up to you, Pell's arms still on around Click's shoulders. Right, he's going to come back with us.
That sounds good. I was going to offer that if he didn't want to go home.
See, I told you. It's going to be all right. We're going to take care of each other, right? And Click just kind of gives a small nod. His little big-ass toad on his head just gives a deep, vibrating ribbit. And he looks up.
Yeah. It's gonna be okay.
And he reaches up to take Pell's hand.
If I look around, are the Myconids still out and about? Is Eunice around?
So you see some of them have almost knelt down, hands and knees. The hands slowly growing and burying deeper into the dirt and the loam, and just slowly reincorporating back into the earth. You look across and see another one where all you see is like a lump of the back of it, a portion of the head turned to the side as the eyes just slowly turn dim.
All right, well, we can head back. But there's one more thing that I was going to check on. If you guys want to come with, we can go see where Eunice might be. Or you're welcome to head back, and I'm sure Rowan will make sure you could get dinner.
I think it might be a good idea if we just maybe go get some food.
Okay.
Get him settled.
All right, I'll walk you back.
Oh, no, I got it.
All right. I watch him go for a little bit, making sure that, she does in fact have it. And then I would try to find Eunice. I know she got absorbed. Did she completely die?
She did not.
Okay. Yeah, I will try to find her.
So let's just roll a, I guess,
survival or... Because I think seeing the Myconids go into the ground, my instinct would be to go back down to her lair, like to go back to where her home is. I don't think she stayed up here longer, but I would give it like a cursory glance around town first.
Okay, so cursory glance around town without having to need to roll anything. You guys are level 13 now. Which, oh boy, I need to update your stats on the stream. I still have you at 11. Okay. Just generally strolling about town, you notice the town is, citizens are, you hear the squeaking of nails being yanked out of wood boards, and these barriers that were put up being torn down. You hear people having conversation, meals being cooked and shared, people checking on their neighbors, and you see along the north road, specifically where this cyst came through, there is a dark line, almost like as you walk up to it, it looks on cursory glance just like a line of black ichor. And as you walk up to it and look at it, you see a depth to it. Like sorry, that was ill-timed fireworks outside. Yeah. Like a chasm along the edge. Goddamn, Warrington. A rip into something deeper along the road. A permanent wound. You hear sounds coming from it. Unintelligible. The faintest of whispers. And looking at it is almost like this perspective that is difficult to make out. And you reach forward and kick some dirt over it, and it skitters across it. And the illusion shimmers a bit before settling. And the depth doesn't seem quite so deep. Anything Nina does in this moment?
So to make sure I understood, I was looking what I thought was like a chasm in the ground, and I can hear whispering coming from it, but kicking dirt into it, it like brushes over it as if it's still road. It's an illusory chasm. Okay. I don't think I have message. I think I would probably shoot. It only goes 120 feet. I think I would probably shoot it out to each of the Voluntoads to see if anyone else is in town. So, Rowan, Tempo, Chara, Nathan would all get messages in their heads if they were within 120 feet of me. If they're not, no one hears it. But just like a, hey, is anybody nearby? Come up to the North Road. And I'll let you determine how close they are. Because I know Nathan was talking to Kippen. I don't know where the mana rose put down. But as for the chasm itself, I don't think she wants to touch it. She's touched things that have to do with the Residune before, and she's not about to do that by herself. It's called growth.
Wonderful. So, yeah. Nathan and Chara, you both hear this. Chara, after you just watched Ruby drift into the back forest, Nathan, you, having left Kippen's probably 20 minutes prior, wherever you are at in the city, hear this as well. Independence
Gotta love
Day
the 4th of
never
July.
ends in
On the
Podunk,
5th of
Missouri.
Chara would be like, yeah, I'll be right there. I gotta do something, and then just would take off after Ruby.
Yeah, good call.
Okay.
Yeah, you would hear back from Nathan, just on my way.
Okay. Chara. Starting with you. You see the form of Ruby disappear into the forest line as you send your message back and then start to follow after her. As you come to the line, you hear a brief, fearful cry of surprise of Ruby's voice, and then a squeak. What do you do?
I go and I try to see what's going on. Like, quickly.
Quickly.
Yeah.
You burst through the forest line. You see Ruby, the back of her, standing before a large set of trees, and she seems to be knelt down, a basket next to her. What do you do?
Ruby? Everything okay?
I'm just gathering herbs.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay?
Well, it just sounded like you were startled.
I'm fine.
Insight check.
Roll me insight.
That's a 9. But my passive is 15. But anyway, it was a 9.
Even with a 9. So with a 9, you don't get much from Ruby. In fact, you don't get anything from her.
Oh.
She seems, as she's still facing the trees and hasn't turned to look at you, but your passive perception, being the insane amount that it is, you hear a shifting of leaves and a slight puff of air before you feel a sharp projectile stab into your chest. And
What? I'm sorry, what?
Solo
Liza,
combat for Allie?
would
What?
you like to roll me 12d6?
No, but I will. 12 d6?
Yes.
Okay, I have 6 here, and then I'll roll them again. Okay, some ones. That's...
Okay. While you're adding that up, Chara, go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Jesus Christ, it's a 12?
Okay.
42?
You legit rolled 42?
Yeah.
That's the average!
I got a lot of 6s in the
Okay.
make up for the 1s.
Chara, you take 42 points of poison damage.
Wait.
You had
Wait,
resistance.
wait.
You're
I
really
have resistance to poison.
Wonderful. You
I don't know what that means.
find your limbs lock up. Since you did fail the original. You don't take near as much damage, but you feel your limbs lock, your hands contract, and you fall to the ground. And you see Ruby stand, and as she does, the form transitions. And you see an unfamiliar face. A very blank expression, very pale skin, white hair. Turn and look towards you before they lift a robe and drape it over themselves. A blue robe that they clasp together. And they only look at you briefly before they march off. And from around the tree, you see a dark cloaked figure with a long dark beak come out from behind, and you see its beak open, and as it does, you hear the voice of Ruby. I'm sorry. But
Can
we
I
really
speak?
needed this. You can't.
Oh shit.
As she walks forward, or this Kenku walks forward, and you hear the crunching of the leaves as they walk towards you, and they crouch down next to you, and they start searching.
Alright. I just want to see if there's anything I can do that doesn't have a verbal or physical component to it.
Mm-hmm.
Does your stone, you have that echo stone thing, the synaptic static stored in it? You have to speak a word to release it, though? Is that... Fuck.
Yeah. Fuck.
She does have to speak a word. Someone has to speak the words.
I'm just confirming, but it looks like everything I have is verbal based. I'm sorry.
You feel their talons digging through your pockets, feeling about, looking for something. Do you have the crab of holding on you?
No, I don't have the crab of holding on me.
Rowan has it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They search, and you hear a shifting voice of Ruby's midway through the sentence shifting into a different voice of, where is it? You have to have it. God damn it, where is it? And as they start to tear a bit more of your clothing, looking, and finally they stand up. Who has it?
Fucking paralyzed. I can't speak. Bitch.
As this Kenku realizes it, they kick some dirt and leaves over your face. Take a few steps away, look across, and then they lean back towards you. Enjoy the next 24 hours. And they stand up and disappear out of your sight.
I didn't want to play D&D anyway.
Okay. Nathan. As you have left Kippin's, and headed towards the northern area of town, looking for Nina. You see her standing beside a dark area along the road. Looks like just a jagged smear of leftover trail from the Black Cyst. There is traces of dirt, and there's even some leaves that have been passing and drifting and getting caught into it.
Okay. Everything okay here?
It's okay, but I didn't want to go fucking with this without having someone else nearby.
Okay. What's the plan here?
I just, do you hear it whispering?
I can't say that I do, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's all black and weird looking, but I mean, I've seen snails do this too.
You
Leaves
mean
like
you
a
don't
trail.
see like an endless crevasse into the void?
Do I?
You
Just seeing if it's standard or not.
So, looking at it, it is a very disconcerting to look at. The longer you focus on it, it is almost like a vertigo as your vision extends and sees into this chasm where beneath it, the earth, the deeper it goes, it expands and is just undone. And then your eyes briefly catch on a leaf that catches into the goop along the top, and you're able to refocus on it and gain some balance.
Okay, yeah, looking at it's weird. And uncomfortable.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy or that it wasn't his doing.
I mean, that's still on the table, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I just,
I mean, somehow you fell in love with me, so
That had nothing to do with crazy. That being said,
he just grins at you.
there are things that my mind plays on me that you and some of the others don't. So I just wanted to make sure that this is not one of them.
Fair enough.
I don't know if it responds to anything, and I'm going to pull out my dagger, and I'm just going to kind of stick the tip of it in and like lift some of the goo up off the ground. Or try to.
You do. It lifts like an oil, and as it does, you hear the drifting whispers drip. And as it drops of it fall into the rest of this puddle, you see a brief ripple before the ripples almost are drawn back into itself. And the picture reforms, and more drops that fall. You see almost like a perspective of this original picture drifting and falling, and it causes a little bit of nausea.
Yeah. Severe vertigo.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. We're not going to do that. If I press to digitate, do I clean up any of it? Does it disappear magically? It's just a square foot, I think. Yeah, it's okay to say no. I'm just testing things
Yeah,
out.
I think with a cantrip, I think it, what you essentially do, are you trying to clean it up? Like, make it disappear with prestidigitation?
I guess I'm trying to get like it off my knife and to see if I can make this trail even just a little bit smaller. I want to get a sense of, can I get a bunch of low-level mages out here to not touch and prestidigitate? Or do I have to get high-level mages out here?
Okay. You are charisma based. Roll me a general charisma throw.
Oh, that's so bad. That's a natural 3 for an 8.
No.
Yep. Cool.
You hear ripples of coming up out of the depths of this, the whispers in this language you don't know and makes no sense, and sounds altogether inviting and yet gibberish and terrifying.
Okay. So I think we have our first order of business for Gillester. We need some higher level mages, at least a team of them out here to start cleaning this up. If they're aware of Tribor already, they might have people on it, but we're going to need people out telling locals not to go near it. You know, just...
That makes sense. What are we thinking it is, really?
I think it's whatever that cyst was made of. It's like... not its blood, but some sort of... slug was a good metaphor. It's the ick that it leaves behind, and it in this case is probably corrosive to someone's mind if it gets...
So if we're thinking it's leaving this behind, that means there's probably a trail of it from here to the next town.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of ground to cover.
Which is where Gillester comes in.
Absolutely, I agree with you. I'm just... damn.
Yeah. Okay. I can at least let the guards know, maybe they can send out some scouts to the farms and things, just telling folks to stay off the road if it wasn't obvious. But
Definitely lock up this gate.
yeah. Have you checked in with Fausta?
I haven't seen her yet, no.
Okay. That would probably be good. Town will recover, but it's going to take some severe therapy for those of us who continue to get mind fucked. How are you?
He kind of pauses for a second, turns around and kind of looks back at the town, and you kind of see his eyes just go distant for a second and just somewhere else. Then it kind of comes back, and I'm all right.
Neverwinter.
I'm just seeing fields of dead bodies, but they're not here. And I can't tell whether I'm happy about that or not. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh no, it does. Hel and I went to the burials for Triskin and some of the other villagers, and all I could see was my brother's names on those head markers. My father, my mother, Liam's, even though that's not real, but it's a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. No, I'm sorry. That sucks, sweetheart.
Like you
Probably
said, though,
not.
it wasn't there.
Yeah. Probably not the best time, but I don't really know one else. So, and he just walks up and like grabs your face and kisses you deeply. And when he pulls away, I'm just glad you're okay.
She kind of puts her hand up to yours, strokes your cheek. Yeah, me too. You know you don't have to have a time to do that, right?
I know, but he kind of just looks around. It's hard to feel happy about something when you're in this situation. Though this situation makes me all the more happy to be with you. And I am definitely struggling with those mixed feelings.
I think the only way we're going to make it through these types of situations is if we can find the moments of happiness.
I agree. What's on your mind? And don't make me Neverwinter you.
No, I won't. I'll say that Neverwinter was a blanket statement. I was thinking about the conversation we had on the Manta Rose and how you told me about your fear and what those rages do to you. And I was thinking about Chara's anger and kind of what she did and her anger, and we all have so little time to process these feelings, but I do think at the same time, like, it might help if we all put our cards on the table. And I think
I think I know where you're going.
Called to an archdevil aside, I think Chara would be really upset with herself if something happened to you before she could apologize or remedy that. So I think we all just need to know face value what we're dealing with each other so that we can try not to react in anger about things. Because I'm
Okay.
not looking forward to killing an archdevil. I don't know that I could, to be honest. I'm fire-based. I'm just gonna, like, tickle them.
I'm sure you'll do something, considering I've seen you do a little more than fire lately. Does it sound cocky to say that it wouldn't be my first?
I mean, yes, but also true. They're not mutually exclusive. So.
They just resurrect and come back, though, so that's a pain.
Yeah. But you can't. Not anymore. So I think that's worth sharing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's time.
She kind of reaches out, threads her hand, her fingers through yours, just squeezes. Now, you can do that whenever, but Char was going to meet me here. I called out to her. Actually, she should... I don't know where she was going. She said she had something to do.
Well, I know she was going to talk to Parsness, and
Oh.
tell him about the whole council thing.
Whew. Should we give her a little bit?
That's about all I know.
Should I check in?
I mean, damn it, who has earpieces now? It's been so long I forget.
I have Nathan, Rowan, Chara, and Hestava.
Okay, perfect. I mean, hey, Char, are you out there?
You don't get a response.
I'm not getting anything back.
Okay. Let me try. She can't ignore. Maybe she took the earpiece out. I will message Chara. Just go straight into her brain.
Mm-hmm.
We are gonna leave the gate, head back. You okay? You want to meet us back there? It's telepathic. You don't have to speak.
You don't have to speak at all?
It's
Okay.
telepathic.
Chara, you have 25 words back. Is there a distance on this?
It is 120 feet, which, yeah.
But you said she was able to reach me at 120 feet earlier.
So how far into the forest did she have to go to get ambushed is the question. Yeah.
Let's make it a D20 roll.
Okay.
Let's say 10 or higher. Easy.
17.
Beautiful. Chara, you hear the words. You hear the message.
Yeah, you do have 25 words to
With
respond.
dirt and leaves kicked over your face. Your vision frozen in this forest. The cold of fall. No, I'm sorry. It is winter. But because it is Westbridge, and they have had special blessings from something that it seems like they are in a state of fall, but the air is chill. And you lie here on the ground, unable to move. Your mind constantly moving towards recent interactions with party members, with those that you felt deeply connected with. And then deception. And for one who is so clever and so good at listening and perceiving, this thing that caught you unawares and left you on a forest floor, not so unsimilar to a time when you traversed plains. And you are unable to move. And then you suddenly hear a familiar voice call out. A calm, realizing of the situation that you are in, but a very welcome voice. What do you say back?
I say, help me. Trust no one. Trapped on the forest floor outside of Manta Rose. Poison.
Oh fuck, we gotta go. And I grab Nathan's hand and just start running for the Manta Rose. I fill you in, saying that's repeating that as we're going. That thing, your hands, does that help? Do we need Rowan?
Thing, hands, what?
When you
Maybe, sure.
She's poisoned?
Let's find out.
Okay. Yeah, we try to find her.
Okay. You rush back to the Manta Rose. Do you head into the Manta Rose, or?
She said the forest floor outside of the Manta Rose, so I'm going to try to see if I can find Chara tracks out of the Manta Rose.
Okay.
Heading into the forest.
I'd be helping with that, so
Yeah.
helping.
Wonderful. Roll survival with advantage.
No, I'm going to turn... So I got a 1 and an 8, but I'm going to use my inspiration to reroll one of them. That's an 18 plus 2, so dirty 20.
Awesome. Okay. Well used. You see the tracks back and forth between the Manta Rose. And initially, you are drawn towards that as Nathan heads towards it as well. But something pauses you, Nina. A brief whisper. Distant and vague. Not even a part of you anymore. Half deep, half high-pitched, just a no. And you pause before you enter. And your gaze is drawn away, where you see tracks. Not unusual. You all have touched down here quite a bit. However, these look quite fresh. And you're not one who regularly studies trails and tracks and things like that. However, you hear a whisper of follow.
Does this sound like the widow's voice?
Roll me an insight check.
It's a natural 19 for a 28. No, 26. Sorry. The other way around.
26. It doesn't sound like the widow.
Okay.
It sounds like an old man.
Okay. I will figure that out later. She whispers to herself as she, Nathan, this way, and heads into the woods. Following her.
Okay.
Yeah, Nina's heading off just into the woods, following this trail that she has spied. Nathan, as you follow, you all quickly, within minutes of stepping into this woods, moving forward, you quickly see a form on the ground facing away from you, unmoving, and a portion of dirt and leaves just kicked up over them. Red hair intermingling.
Oh my god, Chara. I run over immediately, start okay, she answered me before. Do we see any physical wounds?
Turning her over, and her form just flaccid into your arms, stiffly.
Yeah.
You immediately see a tiny little, almost like blood bubble area where something might have pierced her. And
Okay.
her eyes just distant, but the pupils blown wide.
Okay, I can try to heal her, but she said she was poisoned. I can't fix that.
Okay. Sorry, Chara. I gotta touch you. And he reaches down and kind of puts his hands on her, and he'll use all 5 points of his lay on hands pool to cure disease or neutralize a poison effect.
Very nice. Okay, so you cast this as a firework finale occurs outside my fucking window. Pressing your hand against her breastbone and casting this, Chara, frozen, unable to move, wondering what happens next as your mind drifts between the conversation you just had with Parsonus, all these unknowns, knowing what you still need to face moving forward. And then as Nathan lays a hand on you and you feel a cool sensation fill you. And a very, very, very distant hum of a voice, deep, rise, child. And you feel your muscles unlock.
Oh my
What's
God,
the first thing that Chara does?
I don't know. I don't know what Chara does.
Cries.
Chara starts to cry. Yeah, that was literally kind of my first thought. Was like Chara just starts like crying. It's like,
Oh shit.
Hey. Okay. Deep breaths. What happened?
it looked like Rose, but Ruby. Fuck. It looked like Ruby, but it wasn't. They tried to kill me. It was a bird person. They were looking for something. I didn't have it on me though. Whatever it was they were looking for.
I looked to Nathan. Let Rowan know. Last time we got attacked like this, they were after the trident.
Mind to mind only.
Oh.
No physical comms. Communication. Because
Okay.
make sure it goes to Rowan.
Well, I think you're the only one who can do that.
Okay.
We're too far away from the mansion right now. We'd have to get closer. We can do that. Come on, I will cast Cure Wounds on her. Let's see what spells I have left.
Wait. Before you do that, the person mentioned 24 hours.
Maybe
They
that's
think
poison.
they think I'm gonna be down and out for 24 hours. I should go not looking like myself.
Okay. So we should head back separately so they don't think that we found you.
Yes.
But I don't want to leave you alone again. I can get
If I
you.
remember correctly, you guys can like poof.
Right,
and
I can make you
become-
invisible.
Yeah.
How long can I be invisible for?
An hour. Enough to get back to the manor.
Okay.
Okay. I will. Let's see, what's the smallest?
You said they.
Second.
Many voices, shapeshifter, I'm assuming, or something. Like it wasn't natural.
Okay. Anything else that's like detail you can remember? You said a bird person?
Yeah, they look like a bird.
Like shush?
Kinda, but not really.
But shush can do the voice thing.
It might have been something similar.
Right, so I think shush is a Kenku?
That might be right. I don't know.
So for sure we know there's at least two.
Okay.
How long ago did this happen? Out of curiosity.
30 minutes ago, maybe? Is that about how long it felt?
Yeah, we'll say within the hour.
Yeah.
You know what direction they went?
No, I don't know.
One disappeared into the forest. The other seemed to step into it, and you're not sure where they went from there.
Okay. Yeah, let's just get back to the manor. Or the Manta Rose, whichever Manta Rose is closer. We can get you there.
When we walked by it, we started to head in, and I heard something tell me no. They told me to follow this path to get us to Chara. You're concerned about someone else being around. I wonder if that someone is on the Manor Rose.
Can you cast Fly currently, sweetheart?
Yeah, I couldn't make
You-
Chara invisible at the same time, but
You are probably, at best, 100 feet from the Manor Rose. From where it is in the back to the line of forest and the trees beyond.
really quick, you want to do a zip around? Make sure we ain't have anybody else hiding, ambushing, listening?
That's what I was planning on doing. I was hoping to get you two out of here.
Well, I can do that, Chara. If you turn into someone else, maybe look... I mean, Pell and I were just flying around not that long ago. Maybe look like Pell. I don't want to put her in the spotlight, but it would be less conspicuous than you.
Nathan
Okay.
quickly just leans in, kisses you on the cheek. I'll let you figure that out, and
Yeah.
just starts heading to the Manor Rose to start.
Chara would shift into Pell, but probably look a little taller than Pell, but like looks like Pell.
Yeah. And I
If
will
it's about
cast
100 feet.
Fly to get us out of here.
I'd say it takes Nathan about 8 seconds to get there.
Ridiculous man. As Nathan kisses you on the cheek and a burst of leaves and cold air as you just see this line of leaves almost just like briefly part as he heads towards the Manta Rose. Nathan, you burst through the tree line, stop at the entrance to the Manta Rose. I assume you head inside?
I think going inside and checking on everybody first and foremost would be his priority.
Okay. You head inside. You immediately start checking, trying Parsonus's door, opening it, peeking inside. No good. It's locked. You continue on, checking the other doors, opening them, looking in. Looks good. You open the next door. You see Rowan and Tempo seated and almost like meditating with one another. And they both don't really look at you. As
The hell are they doing on the Manor Rose? Are they Rowan and Tempo?
roll me a perception check.
Because you're
This
so
is
good at
invisibility,
those.
But I'm just trying to think if my blind sight will see through that. Or I'm not thinking, I'm trying to check. Should say, I'm not thinking, I'm checking. Because it's just invisibility. Yeah, okay. Come on, don't do this to me. That's higher than normal, but what is my perception? Anyways, +1. 15 total.
15. You
Only because he thinks and remembers that Rowan should be at the manor. Didn't know about Tempo, though.
You see an individual sitting before Tempo. Rowan. And both of them seem to have their hands held together in a meditative state. With a 15, you see you hear whispers of multiple voices. Comforting, directing, and you see a glowing bead on the necklace that Tempo is wearing. And you see Rowan pull back suddenly and look over towards you, Nathan. You're not sure, other than you thought Rowan was in town and you weren't sure where Tempo was. In this moment of haste, what do you do?
Rowan, where are you?
You hear Rowan's voice. I'm just finishing up with some things here in town. What do you need? Why? And
Just checking. And he'll just reach down, grab Death, and give it a quick twist and click it back. So, let's talk, shall we?
you see Rowan seated before Tempo, who watches you pull Death and point it towards Rowan. And they pull their hands free for a moment and look very concernedly.
Out of character, she still has her Sphinx, right?
Ollie.
Tempo?
The last time we saw her, I think she did.
Yeah.
Where's
Oh, wait,
Tempo?
no. Did Ollie get crushed in
I don't remember.
combat?
That's why I'm asking. I don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
I want to say Ollie did.
Okay. I will
Yeah.
ignore that part of it then.
Yeah, I think she did. I think Ollie did.
Okay.
Tempo, it did go in the manor to sleep for the night because she had that thing about Rowan. So the last time we saw her, Tempo was going to sleep in the manor.
So, what are we up to? I don't think he actually points Death. I think he's just holding it and kind of just waiting. And he's standing in the doorway, so they got to go through him.
Tempo sits back, hands up, I don't know what's happening. And Rowan also sits back and holds her hands up. Nathan?
Mm-hmm.
You wanna tell me what's going on?
I would love to, but I think I'd rather hear from you, because you've made 3 mistakes since I walked into this room. 1, you noticed I was here. 2, your hands are up, and Rowan would just be pissed not holding her hands up. And 3, you asked me a question rather than telling me to fucking stop doing what I'm doing. So you really don't know Rowan. So, what's going on here? Let's try this again.
You see Rowan's eyes briefly roll in a way you've never seen them, and the hands lower, and she sighs.
She'd be mad before she put her hands up. You should at least know that. Do your research better.
It was on the fly.
That
And
makes sense.
you see them move to pull something out.
Oh, come on. You're not that fast. Don't even bother.
They're gonna go for it. I would say you can probably roll a d20. You are far faster, so roll it with advantage.
A 15 is my high on the dice.
They rolled a 10. So, that's a total of 12.
Oh, what was the add-on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
As
So
they,
yeah, if they go to reach back, he just like lifts a foot and just absolutely kicks them towards the back of the room.
they reach for something, and you take 2 steps forward so fast and just kick into their chest, and they are thrust backwards into the back wall, and where you hear the thump of the body. Tempo stands up immediately and just whoa, 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 and
Beryl
you see
just taps Tempo in the forehead as he doesn't even look at her.
Tempo has Eldritch Blast prepped and sparking in their hands.
I guarantee this is going to hurt you more than it's going to hurt me. So just sit down and relax. Because if you are Tempo, you'll be fine. If you aren't, you might not want to risk it.
You roll me an intimidation check.
That would be a 23.
You see the formation of this eldritch energy fluctuate before her hands come together and it dissipates.
Oh, I should ask, are her spirits around her?
Are you taking the time to look?
I see them, period.
Because of the blind sight, that's how you played it before.
And honestly, it would have been something I would have looked for when I came in the room. So I'm just, yeah. Are the spirits around her?
Okay. You don't initially see the spirits.
Okay.
As she closes this eldritch blast and disperses it, and turns her gaze towards Rowan, and her hands just kind of go up. You're in charge. Her eyes briefly turn towards you, Nathan.
So, what are you doing?
Both the individuals just look at you.
Please don't make this complicated.
We were trying to meditate, says Tempo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah? So where are your friends?
You're my only friends.
He literally closes his eyes and just rubs his forehead. Please don't make me hurt you.
You see Tempo's eyes leave and look towards the ground. Rowan is very quiet.
Okay. Fine. He'll just whole life pointed at a knee and just be like, we can have fun if you really want, and just clicks back the hammer.
At who?
Rowan.
At Rowan? Rowan holds up her hands. Whoa, 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 whoa. Nathan? It has been a day.
Yeah.
There's no need for this. Just remember who your friends are. We're not fighting that thing anymore.
So you're here long enough to see that. That's neat. I do remember who my friends are, but you do realize that literally 10 seconds ago you said you made this up on the fly, right?
Huh?
I can't tell if you're one of the dumbest shapeshifters I've ever met in my life, or you know what? Actually, that's the only thing I got.
Look, man. I don't want to die.
Then A, drop the Rowan, and B, start talking. I mean, that's all I've asked.
They just want whatever it is you took from them.
Who's them? Let's start there.
The cult people in the blue robes, and you see as the form shimmers into this very mundane face. Very pale white skin, white hair that's just kind of draped along. And you see Tempo, eyes raised towards them, and you see them take a step back. Oh.
Do me a favor. If you're Tempo, call a couple of your friends. And he'll release life and reholster it. but keep death on Tempo.
Tempo looks at you for a very long moment before she leans down and whispers to the string of charms and beads around her neck. Her fingers grasping it, and you see a fluttering of spirits fade
Click the
in
hammer
and out.
closed and put 3 holsters. That makes me feel better. Okay. That's actually a really cool trick. I like that. And he points to the shapeshifter. So, blue robe cult people. Huh?
They want something from you. You want to give it to them or not. They're going to keep coming for it. That's why they hired me.
Which is awesome. Sorry to hear that your job's about to go so poorly. We're actually going to go visit them anyways, so you don't have to worry about that.
Okay. I'll tell you what I know.
Awesome. I'm listening.
They paid me a lot of gems to look like this person and to help them get an item that you stole from them.
Okay, that makes sense so far.
That's really
That's the
all
gist.
there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what you were hired to get? Or did you not bother asking?
Try to avoid that. The less I know, the better.
Fair. I agree. I have taken jobs like that, and I totally understand. But if you don't know what you're looking for, I could give you anything out of my pocket right now, and you wouldn't know.
Well, that's why they came with. I was mostly to be the distraction,
Right.
which... Congratulations.
Just so you know, I'm the least dangerous out of all of us.
Yeah.
So I feel sorry for anybody else out there that they're about to run into. By the way, where's your bird friend?
I have no idea.
Gotcha. You wouldn't happen to have all those gems on you, would you?
Half.
Cool. So why don't you pull out whatever you were reaching for and put that on the ground?
Yeah, great. Nope. Yep. This is about how I thought this job was gonna go. And they reach into their inner pockets and pull out a small little satchel, untie it, and toss it to the ground where you see several gemstones pour out, along
All
with
right, what about the
several
other
gold
thing
coins.
you were reaching for before I kicked you into the wall?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, go for it.
He pulls out a little dart gun, places that on the
man.
ground.
You would have been really sorry pulling that out, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, I don't know what it is you are holding. I feel like I've heard of those, but
I'm just more thinking, I don't think that's fast enough.
probably.
I'll show you what I mean, and he'll reach out and grab a fistful of their hair and book off the Mana Rose.
Dragging them behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You drag this individual. You hear a brief cry before their hands just grip onto yours to try and lessen it. And they seemingly are just trying to go along with it as if they know and understand this completely. As you drag them out of the manta rose, Tempo does not follow.
I figured.
And you drag them
I'm
out.
also probably yelling out to anybody that can hear me on the Mana Rose.
What are you yelling?
Found a stowaway. Escorting them outside.
Yelling this loudly, you immediately hear a loud clunking of metal. And then you see the form of Tink leaping up and over the ladder onto the observation navigation area. And they land, their arms immediately pulling their weapons free. And the eyes look and latch onto you.
Hey,
Do you
Tink.
need assistance?
I'm good, but a sweep of the ship would be a good idea. And definitely check the captain's quarters. It was locked when I tried to get in there.
Stowaway, please explain. As they
Infiltrator?
heavy footfalls start marching towards you. Infiltrator.
Shapeshifter. They were in Tempo's room. Screwing with Tempo, from what I can gather. Apparently they're here on behalf of the cults, so ship sweep, check for any more. There is a Birdman on the loose. Not sure where he is.
Birdman, yes. Will do. And you see Philippe climbing up over, peering just over the ladder, hearing the second half of this conversation, and immediately dropping. You hear the sliding of their hands and the quick footfalls as hurried voices, and then Tink stomping. And they first stop at the captain's quarters, passing Tempo's room. As you drag this individual outside the hatch, tossing them into the ground, hands still wrapped into their hair. Nina and Chara, as the two of you fly towards Waterdeep, or where were you headed?
The manor, I think, right, Chara? Wouldn't you have wanted? You were trying to get out of sight. Yeah.
Towards the manor. As you are passing the Mana Rose, you catch a brief glance of the hatch opening once again and a form being tossed out. Nathan's form quickly following behind, the hand gripping back into the hair.
Gods, he works fast. I think he might have found one of them anyway.
Should we go check?
It's up to you. You can stay in Pel's form so they don't know that we found you if you want.
I think the cat's a little out of the bag, but...
Alright. Just drop down.
You all drop down. Nathan, what are you doing with this individual?
Honestly, I would probably, when I get outside in front of the ship, I would let them go. Let go of my grip anyways and take a step back. And I'd probably start kind of just rooting around in my, pockets a bit and looking for my gold.
Uh-huh. As they are dropped quite forcefully, and you take a step back, their hands are spread into the ground. And they shift a bit just to a place of comfort But for the most part, they kneel there with hands still against the ground and don't move otherwise.
Sounds good. And then the girls drop in from the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That was
hey.
quick.
Well, I found Rowan on the ship, apparently. Turns out, he gestures in front of him. What I know so far, hired by a cult to retrieve an item we stole, and they have no idea what they're trying to retrieve. Kind of funny, actually. And he's still, like, digging through his, like, gold. Counts out 20.
Howling hatred. Blue robes. Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're wearing a blue robe currently, too. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's the Kenku?
He, like, leans down. The lady asked you a question.
Kenku, right. Don't know.
Just the two of you?
I mean, a couple more came with, but we were supposed to try and distract. His eyes kind of look back towards Chara and head tilts towards her. I think they thought she had it.
I will immediately message Rowan. Keep your eyes out. We've got infiltrators after the bag of holding. Crab of holding.
You hear a moment later. Okay.
You got one back at the Rose.
Okay. I'll be there in a few minutes. A little busy.
I just let it drop. All right, Rowan's aware. She'll get here when she can. So, the cults are hiring infiltrators. That checks out because they've been shit at it. How long ago was this that they hired you?
Maybe a week and a half.
And how long have you been with us?
I haven't really been with you.
Okay, so you just got here in Westbridge.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nathan
Where's
pulls out a
Ruby?
knife and, like, I just gotta borrow some of this, and cuts a piece of his robe off. Tucks it back.
Where's Ruby at?
The bunny girl. I think she's still in the ship.
Did you poison her too?
No. Poison is very serious, guys.
She's really stressed about the fireworks.
Oh, understandable. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Fuck. This the Kenku person, I guess, could be anywhere. I don't know.
Pretty much. Question, though. When they hired you, did they give you the cloak just for, being an initiate, or because you were cold? What's the deal here?
I think it was more so. I'm a changeling. I can be whatever I want. This
But
is
you're
how
supposed
You need a blue
they
robe.
knew that I was with. I
Oh,
was
okay.
hired by them.
Makes sense. Anybody else got any other questions so far for this guy? Person? Sorry. Don't use him.
No, I mean, they're
Wait, hold on. Distract me from what?
I mean, the goal was to get you away from the rest and see if you had the item that they're looking for. Some long spear or staff or something, I don't know.
Oh, so you do know what it is, a liar.
I mean, I know it's like a long thing.
This person talks too much.
I could stop that if you like.
Or I can just stop talking.
I will say Chara maybe seems a little bit like anchoring for it. Just a little bit. It's like you could stop talking. I mean, I don't know what you're for hire. You just spill the beans all the time. You just talk to anybody who captures you.
His eyes kind of bounce between Nathan and Nina briefly, landing on Nathan. Do I talk or?
Yeah, you can answer that one.
Okay.
I would probably do it before she cuts off something important.
Yeah, I just...
They don't pay you enough to die.
No one ever pays you enough to die.
It's a fair response. I give him that one.
I have no
But you did shoot her
allegiance.
with a dart, so she kind of owes
Yeah.
Very painful dart. It hurt.
Sorry.
Oh, you're sorry? Is this person wearing any metal?
Probably not. Just because they're a changeling and can kind of do what they want.
That's fine. I don't need metal. And Chara
You
will
sure
produce flame in her palm and just kind of like stalk very slowly. Like it looks like and just like I don't know, she's just gonna toy with this person until she feels better. Probably give them some 3rd-degree burns. I don't know. She's angry. She's like, you picked the wrong time.
We went
So while
from
that's happening,
flames in the hand to 3rd-degree burns.
Well, like, if you hold the fire to somebody long enough, they're gonna burn. No, that sounds really morbid. That's so against like my personal nature, but like, anyway.
Nina, you watch as Chara produces a flame. What spell are you using here, Chara?
Produce flame. So I can like it's a cantrip, so I can just re-up it whenever it goes out.
Okay. Yeah. You hear a grunt at first as this flame starts to cascade along this individual's side and shoulder, and you see the skin start to bubble and shift and try and reform as the flame intermingles, and you see its face turn as it grunts in pain.
I think Nathan would step in and kind of gently grab Chara's hand. All right.
Chara would just like kind of like snap her arm out of Nathan's grip and be like, "What? Think cowards should just get to walk?"
We don't torture people, Chara. Not ones who are cooperating.
Plus, I don't want you to regret it later either. I don't care about him. I care about you. Trust me, you don't want to live with this in your memories.
Chara just like through gritted teeth would say, "You don't know what lives in my memories," and just like stalks off.
Jeez. I mean, it was a poisoned dart, but all right. Anyway,
The individual is on the ground with like a charred shoulder and side, and is just
I would kneel down and I will cast Cure Wounds on them. Not enough to fully get it back, but enough so it's no longer a 3rd-degree burn. Like it's.
you see them, the relief wash over them as some of the skin starts to reform and scab over. The face fluctuates a bit as it looks up towards you.
So you know we're gonna have to keep you locked up till we find all your friends, right?
Yeah.
All right.
I'd help them to their feet. Start marching them off. We know that there's not necessarily a jail, right? Like when they kept Grung, it was in the manor, right? Or was that just because of the mob of people going after the York?
So there is like a basement with you could almost consider it like a dungeon cells.
Yeah.
There are a couple rooms that look like they are locked almost like dungeon cells that you absolutely could
Okay.
put this
Would it be
individual
safe to assume they would have built like a guardhouse for that in town by now, though?
That was my question, I guess. Yeah. Is there more of like a public jail, or is there only the dungeon cells at the manor?
because the city has been preparing for
Attacks rather
attacks
than
and not
yeah.
necessarily an internal infiltration. They have guard towers built, but not necessarily a full-on like jail or prison.
Honey, I know.
Then yeah, I think we march him back to the manor. I think that's we gotta go lock him up.
All right.
Probably catching Rowan on the way through town.
So you guys are at the manor still.
Oh, the Manta Rose is parked near the
Yes.
manor.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought we had to go through town to get there. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's actually a shorter route.
Yeah.
As you, Nina, take him through the back entrance and then down into the dungeon and lock him into one of the rooms. Nathan, are you following?
I would go with Nina to make sure she gets there.
Okay.
And before that, though, I'd be checking to see what Chara did, where she went.
Chara?
She is, I don't know. She's grumpy. She's a little moody today. Maybe she's probably just like arms crossed, like 20 feet away, like not looking at the manor or the Manta Rose, just kind of like, oh.
Or if you want to take him to the jail cell, I could talk to Chara.
He literally just grabs on and starts walking.
You grasp the individual and instead take them through the back and into the dungeon below.
And And I think just off a side thing, when he does get there, the little piece of cloth he actually cut off, he like kind of ties a little bit and puts 20 gold in and hands it to him. No, you were paid for a job. Might as well keep some money.
You just hand him like this cloth with 20 gold in it?
Yeah.
With his good hand, as you thrust it into his or her, they look at it, hearing the jingle of it, and you see them adjust it a bit, wrapping it around their hand and feeling the weight of it. I don't understand.
I've done jobs. I know what happens. You just suck at yours.
I'm not muted.
Find a different career. I'm sure you can do something much better than this. Like maybe the theater. I'm sure that would go well for you.
No, theater did not do well with me. And he kind of like walks to the back of the wall of this cell and just kind of facing away. You see like his head just kind of bent downward and his hand just gripping this like cloth full of coins. And as you close the door, I think this is a good place for us to let's take a 10-minute potty break.
That's
and
good.
Then we shall return
Sounds good.
to the following conversation.
Got a chicken on Chara.
I know. All right, 10 minutes. Nina, as Chara almost stomps off, huffs off to the side, and you are about to take this prisoner, and instead seeing Chara head off, still smelling the fresh smell of burnt skin, and Nathan graciously comes up and takes the prisoner from you and walks off with them. What do you do?
I think I just take a deep breath, exhale, preparing myself to be on the receiving end of what I imagine is a lot. Because I've done that to someone before, and I was not feeling emotionally great at the time. So I'm only imagining what Chara is going through to like have pushed her to that point. Especially because at that point, like we didn't have a whole lot of questions. So I walk over and kind of just stand next to her for a second. So today's been rough, but I get the impression that you're going through something that maybe the rest of us haven't today. So, I'm here. If you want to trauma dump, bond, whatever.
Chara would just like kind of look up at the sky and then so you know how I went into this thing and I was like, this is for me, da 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 da, and like I can do all of this on my own, and other people don't matter, and they don't affect me. And, well, I don't think that's necessarily the case anymore. He told me to leave.
Who did?
Parsons did.
What?
He told me to leave, and I'm carrying his child.
Okay, well, that man's a fucking idiot.
All because of stupid gods and devils, and he's a coward. We can totally take them. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. People have done it before.
The gods and devils thing really is fucking annoying, isn't it?
When I told him what happened, he didn't even want to look at me.
Jesus, really? Maybe it is as bad as Nathan thought it was.
Nobody tells me anything. I know I'm not the brightest. I know I'm not gonna solve a riddle or anything. Like, I get that, but if you don't give me the pieces of a puzzle, I can't even try. And all it's done so far is mess things up.
Hey, don't talk so ill of my friend. She is by far one of the cleverest people I've ever met. Maybe not some wizardy hoo-ha book knowledge, but who the fuck in our party is? Chara, you are incredible at what you do. People may not tell you things, but it's not a reflection on you. If anything, it's a reflection on them.
they have trust issues, or they aren't ready to divulge something, or sometimes people just don't want to burden the people they love.
Well, what's the point of having people to love if not to burden them? Frankly.
I learned that very quickly with you guys, so I get it. I would be furious too. But don't think less of yourself just because Parsonus is feeling bad about himself.
Funny, I'm not thinking less of myself.
Good.
I don't know. I thought he would get it, and it doesn't seem like he does. Just, he said he wanted to do this together, and I get being scared, but like, he should know doing it, if you have people around you, you can do almost anything.
Definitely, and I think with this group that feels especially true, but it also means life changes quickly. And as someone who is a captain of a ship, is the leader of a gang in a city of Waterdeep, he's probably used to being in control, and I don't think that man's been in control since he met you. I don't think he's done. I mean, I didn't hear what he said. Maybe he is. I should not invalidate his feelings, but he probably needs time to think it all through when he's not healing bruised ribs. And if he did, fuck him. You're incredible. You're not going to do this alone. You got the rest of us. We will parent the shit out of. I can't believe you're pregnant.
Oh yeah. By the way.
Jesus. I mean, gods. No, we will. You're not going to do that alone.
Thanks, Nina. But yeah. So that's why I just tortured that person. And I'd probably do it again if given the opportunity. It felt kind of good, but like, I don't know if that's the chaos talking or what.
Catharsis is a chaotic emotion sometime. I get it. I think that was why 3 used to go to those stone quarries and just like beat the shit out of some boulders. Yeah. I'm happy to do that with you if you want, if you need some more catharsis. But we also have a pile of sticky goo stretching from here to Tribor, 3 other cults to close, and an elder eye to defeat. So maybe we put some catharsis into kicking the shit out of some cult members.
Somebody should tell the captain that there's a whatchamacallit on the loose, because it's not going to be me.
You, in this moment, hear a clattering, and you hear a thump before you hear a sound of metal on metal as Tink drops out of the Manta Rose. Parsonus, having dove through the hatch prior, and Tink reaches down and helps lift him up, and you see Parsonus, as he lifts him, is holding a crossbow and looking around wildly. And as they start to move forward, Tink actually sees the two of you first and registers you and bodily turns both him and Parsonus, who is like, no, just this way. And before he sees the two of you, and then, oh. Are you all right? Tink said there were infiltrators.
There's one so far that we've caught. Nathan's got him back at the manor, but there's a Kenku. May or may not be in disguise. Did you really break up with her?
What? What?
Did you tell her to leave?
You see the arm with the crossbow kind of drop. And he looks at you, Chara, for a long moment. The two of you can roll me insight.
Only a 13 from me.
That's an 11 from me.
Actually, Nina. Chara, you see someone you're very familiar with standing before you that you are very upset with and who hurt you.
Mm-hmm.
Nina, you see a flash of regret and then a flash and solidifying of I can't think of the word. It's totally failing me right now.
Like resolve?
Resolve. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. As he takes the crossbow and tucks it back, Tink readjusts, and you see Parsonus, who is still quite weak, just looks at the two of you. Right. We'll secure the ship. Come on, Tink. And he kind of nods his head to the side, and Tink turns and half carries him back to the ship.
I wait until the hatch probably closes behind them.
Mm-hmm.
And then I turn to Chara. That man is a fucking idiot. And I loop my arm through hers. He'll regret it. Because you are incredible. Now let's go keep being incredible and let lesser men pity themselves. And I will walk you back to the manor to meet up with the rest of the crew.
You head back to the manor, probably heading downstairs where you find Nathan outside of the cell.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think we need a good night's sleep, but a couple of things to get quickly out. We can write Gillester a quick note down to the inn. Let him know that we need a team of mages, preferably strong ones, who can clean up the illusory ichor from here to Tribor. We don't need it lingering. I don't know if it's capable of doing anything. That's kind of above my skill set, but it's going to need to be cleaned up regardless. And then from there, I think we need to decide which cult we're going after next. My vote would be the air cult because, one, I gesture to the cell. They're continuing to come after us. Two, we already have the weapon, so as long as we can find the portal to the airplane, we can chuck it in. Problem solved. Then we go hit Black Earth, then Eternal Flame, or Flame then Earth, whichever.
Sounds like a plan.
Sounds like it to me. Rowan, where are you? Take your time.
That's what I get for not cutting it up a bit smaller pieces. You hear back, I'm on my way back.
Just making sure.
What's going on?
Didn't Nina tell you? Cult members looking for you.
I mean, yes. I mean, what's going on with all of you? Are you okay? Everyone good?
Yeah, we're all good. We are at the manor. We have one of the, I guess, a hired person from the. Anyways, they're in the cell. I think Tempo's on the Manor Rose, but we should probably confirm that because I kind of left that one open.
Okay.
Yeah. One's a birdman, the other one was a shapeshifter. So trusting who's who was a little weird for a minute there.
Okay. Yeah, I'm heading up the switchback. I should be there in like the next 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, sounds good. So yeah, Rowan's apparently almost here. Tempo, anybody confirm where she was going or where she is? Just for my own sake, because I did see her on the Manor Rose in a room, but
yeah,
now,
you dragged that individual out and left her in the room.
Yeah.
I will message Tempo. Tempo, we're back up at the manor. Nathan has an infiltrator. Are you okay?
It is a long pause before you get a response. Yeah, I'm fine. Everything's good on my end.
Do you want to join us? We're discussing what to do next.
In response, you hear, yeah, I'll be there in a few minutes.
Tempo will join us in a bit.
You happen to say where she was?
No, just that she was fine.
Okay. I'm more concerned I left another shapeshifter on the ship.
Well, we ran into Tink and Parsoness. They were going to secure the ship, so.
Yeah, well, let's hope.
Me.
Do I want to know?
I'll tell you later.
All right.
As long as I can tell him later. I kind of look to Chara.
Tell him now. Tell him later. Doesn't matter.
Parsoness kind of broke up with her.
Oh, for God's sakes.
Oh yeah, don't forget to mention. Don't forget to mention that I'm carrying his child, and he broke up with me.
Yeah. So he's afraid. And
just
because he's gone to
agreeing.
this length, I don't care anymore. Basically, the vision was he's going to get turned to the demon side by his father and have you gutted and the baby torn out of you and kill you both.
Wait.
What a Chara response to just laugh at that.
Wait. You're joking. That was funny.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Nina, like, are you fucking
Odin
kidding?
saw a vision that if I kept him alive, he would be turned. He would kill you, tear the baby out of you, kill it, and go back down to the hells.
Jesus Christ.
So he's afraid of himself hurting you.
I don't know how to respond to this. It sounds made up.
That's
We're
because
playing D&D. Technically, it all is.
That's not what I mean. This does not match my vision board. How this is gonna go. But
I love this this idea that Chara actually says that out loud, like this
doesn't
fourth
match my
wall
vision
vision board, like.
huh. Okay.
So take that as you will. I told him essentially, but the parts you heard were essentially, yeah, prophecies don't dictate how we live lives and how things go. I'm trying to avoid the fact that it was a vision from a god that has an all-seeing eye that can see the past, present, and future. But I also told him I'd be behind him to stop that from happening in every way, shape, and form. So,
I hate it here.
Listen. Thanks for telling me.
yep. Sorry.
Oh. No, that's okay.
Should we put all of our cards on the table?
Who else
Which
has
ones?
cards?
I have a whole deck going. What do you want to hear?
You know. Actually, wait until Rowan's here. Rowan and Tempo should be here for this.
I was going to say, I should probably wait till they're here in character too, or in player as well.
Yeah.
But everybody already knows anyways.
Okay. So
God damn, we are so this party is a piece of work. I am so impressed with us, honestly.
I mean, somehow we function.
Right?
why would an archdevil? Why me? Why my baby?
You would be giving birth to something that's not really a pureborn devil, so it's kind of an abomination to them.
No, because neither is Parsoness.
He's pretty close, though.
That's fine. I don't know how genetics work. I'm Chara.
I wonder if it has to do with Nicolatia's pact, like how she got Parsonus to begin with, or not. But you said Parsonus turns into a devil fully, and he's the one to do it?
Yeah.
Fuck, that's messed up.
That's the vision. I'm not saying it's gonna happen. It just that was the
Oh, we've stopped visions. We're good. We can stop this. We're going to stop this.
See, I said that.
I can't even have a drink.
Who says that?
She's
You're right.
pregnant.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah, that he dumped her while she's with his child. That's actually happening in this moment.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I was kind of just glossing over that while I gave out bad news. I'm sorry.
You hear from the cell a few, like, doors down, like, as these hands in this face kind of press in and are like, fuck, he dumped you while you're pregnant? That's messed up.
Why are there more people in here?
We had some other cultists in here originally.
Oh, yeah. A little crowded in here.
Jesus. Okay. All right. We need sleep. This is crazy. By the way, Click's gonna come stay here. Hal invited him since Triskin passed. So Galliva will have more company. I will write a quick note to actually, and I just messaged Jalester telling him about the trail out of town. So he knows that in the morning we need to touch base about plan for that.
You absolutely get an affirmative and concise, I will meet you at the mansion. Anything we need to handle immediately?
No. Oh, Kenku. Cultist. Infiltrator.
And more.
There's a brief pause. That sounds significantly more important.
They're just after a trident. We'll stop them. I can hear the man's face contorting.
The voice you hear come over is, I trust your party's decisions, and we'll keep an eye out, and we'll meet you tomorrow morning.
While Nina's doing that, Chara would kind of like look at Nathan and just be like, how long do we have?
Or the vision?
Yeah.
I would have to say a while.
just that works. A while works. Is this something like,
Given that so the vision itself is you torn to pieces on the ground and multiple little kitsune bodies. Multiple.
multiple?
So you're a few kids away from that happening.
Multiple. I don't know how to respond. Okay. Cool.
I'm just passing along the message. I'm sorry.
No? At least I know.
If I know how anatomy works, you got ears. Unless you have like 9 kids all at once.
Nina walks back over at that exact minute. What?
I don't know how it works. So, like, we know somebody who knows how it works.
Ruby.
Ruby.
Okay, we really probably should find this Kenku before we go to bed, huh?
I mean, how?
Let's see. Find some Kenku.
You've seen them. Do we think that we could scry on the Kenku? Do you have... Does Tempo have... Not familiar enough with her magic yet.
I need a name.
I turn to the cell. What's the Kenku's name?
I don't know.
What did you call them?
I didn't really call them anything. They just told me what to do.
The Kenku was in charge? Okay.
They didn't really need names. Also, not to interject, but total bullshit as he looks towards you, Chara.
Yeah, that's why you got the wrong end of my fire. So.
Yeah, I get it now.
Yeah. Sorry about that, I guess.
No, it's sort of understandable, but yeah.
So, Chara...
Yes.
You don't have, like, the actual spell scrying, right?
I can learn it.
Okay. Because that one we've used before, I think, based on just a slight familiarity with
Yes.
something or a place.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if that's what we can do to see where the Kenku is at the moment. So maybe we head upstairs, do a little seance.
Doesn't that take like hours?
It does. It does take hours.
Hours? Multiple?
Well,
I guess I normally fall asleep during these things, so that's definitely true.
It's like 1 hour.
What time is it? It's late, right?
Yeah.
Okay, or we could go to sleep, set some alarms. They come for us, they come for us.
Listen,
I'm gonna head upstairs to the front door and make sure Rowan gets here.
make sure Tempo does too.
Wherever Tempo is.
Yeah.
Tempo, where are you? I say, not as aggressively as Liza just said it. Hey, Tempo, where are you coming from?
You hear a brief pause and hesitation. I'm just I'm in the mansion. I was coming from the Manta Rose.
Okay, that's all. Just wanted to make sure. And I look at Nathan. Oh. Okay. Tempo's coming from the Manta Rose. She's in the mansion now. She sounds real hesitant to join us. So,
I did point a gun at her for a while. So,
There it is.
I mean, shapeshifters. I didn't know one or both.
did you apologize?
Of course I did. I figured she'd also understand, considering I told her, if your tempo, you're going to be fine. If not, then there'll be problems.
She's still new.
And the
to our
shapeshifter
party.
literally changed from Rowan to the shapeshifter in front of her. She
Okay.
should understand.
People process things differently, but
Was they were
yes.
doing some kind of a spell? What were you doing to her when you were there, by the way?
I wasn't actually doing anything. She was doing it.
Okay, now that's weirder. What was she doing? Did she tell you? Or just you volunteered for, giggles?
Some kind of meditative thing. Honestly, I was told to kind of keep things just, distracted on the down low.
If you were pretending to be Rowan probably would agree to do something. So that makes sense.
All right, fair enough. Okay, heading upstairs.
Okay. Nathan, you head upstairs, heading towards the front entrance. The majority of the citizens that had been hanging out at the mansion have kind of filed out, heading back to their homes, starting to recoup. There are... You would think there would be areas of the mansion that are dirty, smeared with blood, things like that, left over from all of these people that have been trouncing through the goddamn...
Is those fireworks again?
Yes!
Jesus. I thought someone was rolling a very particularly heavy die across their desk.
No, this is Missouri for you. You would think you would see these remnants of all these people that have just been through this event, this thing that happened to their city, their people, and their families. But the mansion is clean just as always. And as you march towards the front door, your footfalls echoing, you come to the front door and it bursts open. And you see a form being tossed in. It rolls across the ground and then comes to a stop close to your feet. And you see the shadowed, silhouetted form of Fasta standing in the doorway. As she takes a few steps forward and connects eyes with you and points her blade towards the individual.
Blue robe?
They smelled wrong.
Oh, I'm asking you, do they have a blue robe on?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay, he steps on him and just steps over as he walks towards Fasta. You okay?
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm glad to see you're all right. Welcome home. By the way, and he reaches in and pulls out the flask of blood that he got from Kippins. There you go.
She reaches out and grasps it. What's this? Okay, turns it, unscrews it, sniffs it, and reels back for a moment.
I'm sorry. Sheesh. Thought I tasted better than that.
That's an assumption to make.
She recaps it, and you see her eyes almost like kind of glowing and fluctuating, and she tucks it away before she looks up at you, her eyes still slightly glowing. A little warning would help.
Well, I said food. What do you think I was handing you?
That's not Nathan. We can discuss communication later.
For sure.
This one smelled like mischief and fuckery, and that was what I was called here to deal with, not a
Absolutely.
goddamn fucking nightmare black cyst that can take over half the town.
Mm-hmm. So honestly, how you feeling? I wanted to make sure. I'm still making sure.
I haven't lost myself in centuries.
That makes one of us. I'm
It was
sorry you had to go through
uncomfortable.
that. I don't doubt that. At all.
And I'm sorry.
For what?
For not being what I was called here to be.
No. See, you just pointed that out, that you're not meant to be here for that shit out there. That shit out there is my job. So you don't have to be sorry, Fosta. I do. I'm sorry you had to go through that. And I'm sorry it made you lose control. Because that is a scary, terrifying thing. And I'm sorry.
Thank you. Although this has only strengthened my resolve.
Uh-oh, which part?
What is this exactly? Is this just blood?
Yeah.
Is this your blood?
Yeah.
Is this seriously
Figured
what
you
you're
might be
paying
hurt,
me
so...
with?
No, I was giving that to you because I thought you might be hurt and maybe needed a healing or something. I don't know how you anatomically work.
She tucks it away.
We've never really discussed the logistics of that.
No. And I don't plan to.
Well, then I'm going to keep guessing at what I think you might need to feel better.
It's not your job. This,
True, but as a friend, I
however,
want to, so fuck you.
You see a moment of contemplation and appreciation flash across her expression. Well, that is something that is very hard to come by for someone like me, so thank you.
You're welcome. So is this one as weak and pathetic as the other one?
I don't know who the other one is you're speaking of. This one was walking around town, smelled wrong, and when I got closer, I don't like him, and I'm gonna leave him in your hands.
All right, sounds good. The other one was a shapeshifter or changer, or they changed faces?
God damn it. I hate shapeshifters.
Well, I kicked him into a wall and he basically pissed himself, so it was great.
Oh, you've already taken care of them.
Yeah, they're in the cell downstairs.
Wonderful. So I can
And then,
go
like-
and rest now?
I'm gonna go see if this one was a bird one, and if it wasn't, there's still a bird one on the loose. And he turns around and walks over to the body, kind of rolls it over.
Yeah. You roll it over and you just hear a... "Ow!" And you see a long beak, black feathers, a bird-like kenku in a blue robe.
Cool. This is the bird one.
Oh,
So these are the
wonderful.
two we know about.
Great. All right. Thank you. And she starts
welcome.
to head towards the door before she pauses a moment.
You can go get some sleep if you like.
I plan to. Is the offer still on the table?
Most of my offers would be. Which one are we talking about?
She her eyes kind of trail across the rest of the mansion. Am I allowed to stay here?
Absolutely. Please, by all means.
And she tiredly moves across the area, heading towards the stairwell, and would disappear.
All right. Next, and he reaches down and grabs the beak and just starts dragging his body down the stairs.
You hear it speak a voice in a it goes through a myriad of voices, and the last one, as you drag it back towards, I assume you're dragging it towards like where you
The cells. Yeah.
Towards the cells. Nina and Chara, you see Nathan dragging a kenku towards you, which as he tosses it into a cell, you hear it kind of murmuring and such between different voices. And as it gets tossed into a cell, Nina, you hear the voice of 3. And you hear a threatening voice in his tone of, talk, or I'm going to kill you. As he rolls and hits the wall, and the kenku stands up and ducks into the corner.
How do you know that voice? How long have you been following us?
You came to us.
So you are a cultist, not hired. All right. Let's get some sleep. I love how fast you were about that. Thank you, I say to Nathan.
You're welcome.
Where was he?
Fosta brought him in the front door.
Okay, so that actually needs to go to Fosta. Okay.
Yeah, wasn't me.
Okay. Got it. All right. Well, let's head upstairs. When we went to the air cult the first time, there were kenkus there that were cultists that 3 killed some of them. I can't remember if any of them got away. I think they must have. That might have even been 3 interrogating them. God, that felt like so long ago. So, they're after Windvane, the spear, for sure. And that all but solidifies my vote that that's where we go first. Get rid of this fucking weapon.
Sounds good to me.
So
And
yeah.
I mean, I was going to go look for the bird, but I guess I didn't really have to.
No, I get it. You can still take some of that, thank you.
No, it's true, but I mean, not going to lie, my motivations are mostly personal. Quicker this gets done, quicker I got to take you to bed.
The reactions on both your faces.
Rowan is stomping down the stairs with Tempo timidly kind of following behind. Reaches probably halfway point with you all. Hey. Okay. Everyone good? Infiltrator?
Wasta got the second one. We're good for now.
Of course, be on the lookout for more, but we're going to question in the morning unless you really want to do that now.
I don't think that there's anything they're going to tell us. They're after Windvane. They're from the cults. He knew Three's voice. Kenku that we thought we killed or killed his buddies the first time around. Honestly, I'm not surprised. I mean, they assaulted us on the airship. They've come after us here in town before. It's kind of par for the course if you think about it. It sucks, but Chara took the worst of it. Got hit with some poisonous dart in the woods. They thought she had the crab. Speaking of, what's your mother's name?
Who are you saying that to?
Rowan.
She frowns a bit and looks at you.
This one looked like you earlier.
I mean, do you even know my mom's name?
Yeah, we all saw her in that vision.
Oh, my real. Oh, she kind of looks a little self-conscious for a moment before she's just. Ephemera?
Okay, cool. That's you. Tempo.
She kind of looks around Rowan.
And I look to Nathan.
Oh, right. I'm sorry if I scared you more than... I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I just couldn't tell if it was you or not until you summoned your friends, because only you can do that.
I get it.
Do have a couple of questions for you, but that can wait till morning.
May as well ask him now.
Okay. What were you doing? When you were meditating with the non-Rowan.
Oh. We were meditating. Trying to reach a state of rest.
Does your state of rest usually make your pearl things glow and then rise like a light in between you and the other person? Like a spell cast?
Sometimes. Sometimes it brings out the spirits. I have a lot of patrons.
Do your spirits usually disappear when you do that? Like they leave you alone?
I mean, they don't always appear. Sometimes they only appear to me.
Okay. Thank you for answering. I appreciate it. I was just, this guy said that you asked him to do it, or this person, the non-Rowan. Oh, I wasn't sure what was going on.
Her eyes kind of drift past you towards the jail cell before they kind of look back towards you. Okay.
I'm trusting you, so don't worry so much about it.
Good to be trusted. She turns and starts to walk back up the stairs.
I don't think I made anything better.
Oh, we are a piece of work.
Rowan kind of pauses a moment when she hears you say that, and she just looks back at you. Yeah, you're not good at that. That is something you need to work on.
Fair enough.
Okay. I think everybody needs a good night's sleep.
Listen, just because you're really excited to get to bed tonight does not mean that the rest of us are equally excited to get to bed tonight.
I would like to actually sleep.
Sure, I'm just saying. Throwing it out there.
All right.
Rowan.
Well, and he reaches back and grabs your hand, Nina.
Yeah. I will, one last time though, message to Lester and say, second infiltrator was caught. Rest easy. Meet you in the morning.
Noted and understood. Assuming everyone's okay, reach out if you need anything.
Yep. I let it be.
Chara, as you are heading up, Rowan does kind of slow, so her steps match yours. You doing okay?
I am going to be okay. I am not okay today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think anyone could probably sense that off of you.
Yeah. It's obvious, but I am not sure what to do. Everybody's going to bed and I don't know where to go to bed at. So oh well. I've got to go talk to Ruby anyway. I've got questions.
Okay. Rowan, not really certain what to do with that information. Kind of drifts back as you stride forward. Probably equally watching as Tempo moves towards the Manta Rose as well. And would walk into it, head towards her room, and before entering, briefly pause and look back at you, and she would just kind of give you a look of uncertainty before she would square her shoulders a bit and give you a little bit of a nod before she would slip in and close the door. you are heading to Ruby's room?
Yes, I was gonna go to Ruby's room.
Okay. So you head to the room that Tempo just went in.
Great.
And the door is closed. Do you knock or just walk in?
I just walk in.
You walk right in. You see Tempo turn around, and you hear a crackle of energy as you see an eldritch blast prepared. And when she sees you walk in, you see her snuff it immediately. Sorry.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. Being jumpy is part of the job.
It's been a long day.
It really has. So,
did you need me?
I was looking for Ruby, actually.
Oh, and she looks over towards the tent. I was just about to head to bed. Let me see if they're in there. And she would head over to the tent. You see her pull off a satchel, and as she crawls into the tent, the flap of it coming back down, and you get a brief glimpse of what looks like a shimmering form of another world just beyond. And
lots of fireworks.
Goddamn. As a few minutes later, unless you immediately crawl in after them.
No, I'll wait.
Okay. It probably takes a good minute, and you see an arm hold the flap up. Tempo's arm. And you see them partially out of the tent, like kneeling, and then you see the ears of Ruby as she kind of shuffles out and looks at you. Oh, mistress, are you okay? Oh my gosh, you're not okay. Oh my gosh. And she immediately walks up to you and takes one of your hands. Are you injured? Is this emotional distress? We need you to calm down. It's okay. Take a seat. And she kind of leads you over towards a bed. Everything's gonna be okay.
Chara just takes a deep breath and goes, I need you to tell me how this works.
Which part?
Well, we got the first part right, but now I need to know the rest of it. And then Chara will just she'll try not to break down, but if Tempo's watching, if Ruby's watching, she's probably close to having a moment. She's like, how many babies am I carrying? How do we know?
Well, it's quite early in the process. We won't know for sure until probably a few months down the line.
Typically, my species.
Oh, but I mean solely based on your species alone. You literally usually get soon produced litters.
Awesome. Chara just kind of nods. She's like, that's what I was thinking.
But there's no need to fear. Your body is well formed to support it, and you should
return back to your normal state afterward. It might take a few months, but you'll be fine. And I'll be
Thanks,
there to
Ruby.
help you the whole way.
I know you will be. I know. Chara will just kind of like pat Ruby on the head, more absent-mindedly than patronizingly.
The ears kind of pull back just slightly.
And she'll go find a viewing deck to curl up in. And that's what she's gonna do.
Okay.
And she'll try to sleep. We'll see.
Exit the room, head towards one of the observation decks. Right or left?
I will go right.
Right. Where the rest of the group was previously, that you had found earlier in the day. Before all of the chaos of the Black Cyst and everything. What 24 hours can bring as you curl up into several cushions, finding a stray blanket that you just kind of tug forward. Don't really pull over yourself, just kind of pull it close. And what is her thoughts in this moment?
Oh my goodness, what are Chara's thoughts in this moment? She's thinking about how things would have been so much easier if she just fucking banished herself back to the Feywilds. But like, she's in the middle of a bunch of shit. And she's never been one to run away from anything. So why start now?
As you bed down for the night, these thoughts in the forefront of your mind. Nathan, as you take Nina's hand, do you all stay in the mansion or do you head back to the Manta Rosa?
Mansion, I think.
Okay.
I'd probably just stay at the manor.
At the manor. You all have a fruitful night. And
Actually, Nina's just lecturing Nathan on apologies. That's all.
attempted fruitfulness, and instead lecturing occurs. All of you get a long rest.
I started to write that into my notes, and I just wrote long day instead. Because it was the longest fucking day.
It was. It very much was. And you all wake late into the next morning. We will start with Nina and Nathan. In the manor, in one of the bedrooms, you hear the sound of children's voices. What sounds like Flick and then Pell darting down the hallway. Voices calling and then laughing and disappearing. You hear general footsteps going about before quiet once more. Anything you all would like to do in this moment, or in the morning in particular?
I think Nina just kind of like in that half awake, half asleep, I don't want to give up this moment sort of feeling. Just kind of like stays, curled up, cuddling, and just kind of like 5 more minutes.
I'm all right with 5 more minutes. Then, if you really
She
want.
just kind of keeps her eyes closed. What were you going to say?
Not much.
Did you say
Same.
10 if you really want?
Yeah,
Okay. I missed the first part.
gotcha.
Yeah, you all spend a comfortable, good amount of time together. Just,
Yeah, I don't think it's too long because Nina is like, fuck, we do have to report to Gillester and get things sorted. But I think she does like, it's just kind of that moment of hearing children running, thinking about a future when it could be that they do have more than just 5 minutes. That's just like what's going through her head. She doesn't talk or share, but that's just like what she's thinking about. But then it goes to like Chara, the prophecy, those kids, and Nina eventually is like, okay, come on. Time to face the music.
I don't wanna.
Me either, but we gotta.
Should probably do it on the ship with everybody, I think.
Yeah.
Mainly because I definitely don't want Pell to hear it.
Okay.
That is the last thing she needs.
No, I agree. I think it needs to be kind of like everybody air their grievances in a way, but not grievances, more so their here's what's going on with me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. Yeah. Let's go get that sorted out. Just start the day off fun. Why not?
you all get yourselves together, head downstairs.
I would check one thing. I'll check the notebook from Shush to see if anything has evolved there. Mostly because DM asked if I still had it.
Well, in that case, you do. You see a entry. Which, what you see as you flip open the book, you see scrawled writing on the left-hand side. And on the right side, you see a drawing of a picture, hastily scrawled but beautifully by someone that knows how to wield a quill. And you see what looks like a black swirling ball rising from a crater within the earth, or the Terra, the world. And from this crater, you see all manner of what looks like these tiny little dots flying out, crawling out of it. And the words that you see written are... Gotta find my notes. The scrawled handwriting that says,
found some information on Shosragot, the Herald.
and they would proceed to detail. No one knows what's happened, or I'm sorry. The servant of the great elder evil eye, also known as the Enchained One, or the Chained One, I'm sorry. The herald of this elder evil, known as Shosragot, is said to rise and be the one that would break the chains. Of its master. A black roiling ball or sphere that will rise deep from its place of slumber. None that have entered Shosragot have ever escaped. No one knows what's happened to those that have entered them. But there are rumors or very loose-ended tales of an infamous cleric of the Chained One, a human male named Lareth the Beautiful. And there were rumors amongst former cultists of the Chained One that perhaps they were still there within the Herald and could offer guidance if they had survived.
I think Nina was like half like getting her stuff on for the day and is like reading this book, and she just like kind of stops as it starts to get deep into this, and she's like, well, fuck, Jesus. Okay.
Okay.
So Shush, she kind of finishes getting dressed quickly. Shush wrote back about stuff that they found. Look at this drawing. Does this not look like what we fought yesterday?
Yeah. Pretty much. I would describe it as the same horrifying thing. Yep.
So, and I like read through everything that you just said, so Nathan's got the full download. Does that mean that Shosragot is different from the Elder Eye? That Shosragat's the Herald. The Herald comes before the Elder Eye. We thought they were one and the same, but they're not.
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, so then we potentially defeated it, but there's a lair or this crater or somewhere that it came from that this Lareth could possibly still be in?
Roll me an intelligence check.
At least I have a +0 to this rather than a -1. For a nat 1.
Great. Not even gonna touch it.
So, if it did have a lair, it should be pretty easy to find. I mean, we just have to follow the slug trail.
Yeah. But that also means we're pulled in multiple directions again. Cults or this thing.
Cults first, this thing after.
The trail will be there a while.
That, and I mean, I just want to get them out of my way.
No, I get it. No, I agree. I agree. The cleric is still in there and might offer guidance. What does that mean? Guidance to what? Like, they're a cleric of the Chain One. Why would they offer guidance to not hurt it, obviously? Anyway, let's go get the others, and I'll kind of close the book and bring it with.
Don't worry, I'll let you meander that one for a while. Mull it over.
Now, fucking one.
Yeah.
One thing of guidance would be to how to break out the chained one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's the guidance. I don't know. Spitballing.
Yeah. I wonder, you know how you mentioned that if Parsonus died, he might end up in the Hells?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of wonder if defeating this black cyst wasn't the end of it. What if it just banished it back to where it came from and it's going to come back again?
Remember after we beat it and I said I was worried about the aftermath?
Yeah. That's the aftermath?
That's what I'm concerned about. Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
I don't know. My experience with big crazy demon things is that they just keep coming back.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not like we're even getting rid of these elemental things either. We're just pushing them back to their planes, so.
Pretty much. Which, I mean, I'd rather just get done and get out of the way.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, the less we have to worry about them coming up from behind while we're facing off a huge evil thing is just nice.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe this is something we could task. Like, I know I wanted to put them on cleanup crew, but maybe they could do some, like, magical detection or trying to ascertain. Maybe they can find the lair, I guess is what I'm saying. They don't have to go in it, but maybe they can at least look for it while we're doing the cult stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, it's basically the job of a scout. I'm sure they have plenty.
Okay. Man, I'm feeling like I got a new spell while we slept.
Awesome. I hope it's helpful.
No, I think it's going to be good.
Also terrifying that you just learn them in your sleep.
No, I mean, I've been working on this one for a little bit. It's the... I think I just figured out what I needed to do to make the teleportation thing not need a circle.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we should spend the night together more often.
I mean, every night if you're willing, but that's up to you.
Yeah, perfect. Now to make the awkward phone call. Morning all.
Oh god. Nathan, Rowan, Chara, and Hestava. Chara, you hear this, as does Rowan and Hestava. Hestava's probably the first to respond. Good morning.
Yep, it's morning. So, I would like to request that everybody meets back on the Manta Rose. You know, normal breakfast type behavior. And If you could, Hestava, I mean everybody.
This doesn't sound like no more morning request.
It's not. It's time we all had some conversations. Some of the hard ones.
We'll have the alcohol ready. Her like finger just kind of comes off of it as she's finishing.
He doesn't let go. He looks over at you, Nina. Estava's making mimosas.
Perfect.
All right, let's head on over.
You all head over to the Mantaros. Passing through the manor, you do see Flick and Pal. Probably being guided by Gulliver to one of the tables, to the dining area where breakfast has been set out. And you see Corbett making their way down as well. And as you make your way down the opposite side of the stairwell, he kind of pauses and looks at all of you and just gives a nod. Morning. And
Morning.
heads towards the breakfast room.
I gotta make a quick pit stop, Nina. That all right?
By all means.
I gotta go talk to the little one. Want to come with?
No, I'm hungry. I'll let you do your thing.
All right. See you in a few.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'll just catch up.
I'm not that slow, but I kiss you on the cheek and let you get your thing.
And he'll head over to Pell.
Okay. You head to the dining area where Corbett would head in first, head towards one of the chairs. Pell and Flick are already seated. Gulliver's at the head of the very long table. And you see him looking over papers, and every now and then his eyes look up and he just kind of snaps his knife against the table and just gives a look to the two children who just kind of giggle. But as you slide in, Pell does briefly look towards you.
All right. So he'll walk by Gulliver and he'll kind of pat him on the shoulder as just like a good to see you. And he'll walk up behind Pell, kind of lean down. How you doing, Squirt?
Doing good.
I'm glad to hear it. I see you've been doing a really good job of taking care of everybody around here.
That's what I do.
It is. And so far you've been amazing at it.
Yeah, no, that's the one thing my grandma always said I was really good at. Is taking care of people.
I like it.
Yeah, I know, because I'm really good at it.
There is one very, very important thing when it comes to being able to hurt somebody. And that's knowing when to and when not to. And also how to take care of the others when they need help. And using what you have and know to protect them and help them is far more important than being able to stab and hurt. You know that, right?
She gives a little nod.
I can see you know. So thank you for looking out for everybody here. Give me a hug.
She looks at you for a moment, kind of questioning before she turns in the chair fully, stands up on it, and just kind of leans over and gives you a hug.
He gives her a hug and tucks Talon into her back belt. Let's go.
When you let go, she doesn't look at you, nor does she reach for it. She just kind of, her eyes are distant for a moment before they kind of slowly look up towards you. Why?
Because you know how to take care of people. I'm helping you be better at it. You've earned it at this point.
Her hand kind of reaches back and just tilts it a bit, readjusting it into place.
I'll do good. I promise.
I know you will. And he kind of stands back a little bit. But if I can take it back too easily, you lose it again. And he starts walking off.
You hear some brief, like, string of words just under her breath as she kind of sits back down, crouches down into her chair before she sits fully, her hand never quite leaving her back, as she adjusts a bit. And you see her look over first towards Grund, whose head kind of tilts, and she's like, "That's all right." Pats his arm and then looks over towards Click, and she just kind of leans in and whispers a few words, and he kind of smiles and snickers before he reaches forward and pulls his plate forward and starts to eat.
Before Nathan leaves the room, kind of under his breath so nobody can hear. Or not. Anyways. I know you can hear me. You better treat her right, or I'm coming for you.
You don't get a response, but there is a brief gust of air as a few of the napkins just kind of flap open, and you feel it brush against your face gently.
Thank you. He walks out.
You head towards the Mantaros. Chara, where are you? At the observation deck that you were.
Mm-hmm.
Did you spend all night there?
For sure.
Okay. So waking up late in the morning, you see Hestava walking past, pausing for a moment, looking at you uncertainly, looking around, and then she kicks a foot over the ladder, and then her other, and she starts to climb down, pauses, and then continues further down. What do you do?
Mutter under my breath, fine, walk on eggshells around me, everybody else does. And then we'll throw the cover off of her. And stalk off to find breakfast to meet the crew.
You head down, and you see Gillester already seated. Hestiva is just sitting down. You see Philippe and oh no, I have forgotten all of my characters' names. Mr. Piccolo, and then Anise. All of them grabbing food and sitting, and a moment later you see Rowan come in. She sees you, walks over, and just kind of hand on the back of, well, what, do you take a seat or?
Yes, I would
Okay.
get breakfast and take a seat and sit purposefully in a different seat.
She kind of walks over, hand on the back of your chair, and just leans down. Hey, we good? You don't look you don't look good.
I don't look good? Are you sure?
I mean, you look, yeah, you look good. You just, I'm gonna get some breakfast. I'll be right back. There's bacon. And she walks over to the table. As she does, you would see Parsonus and Tink coming in. Parsonus is walking without assistance now, as he walks in, still looking quite tired, and a little haggard, and a little bit more haggard than he was the day before, weirdly. As he walks in, pauses for a moment as he sees you, and Tink comes up right behind him as he almost takes a step back, bumps into him, and is just sighs and moves forward to the buffet table, grabs a plate, and sits down also in a chair that he normally does not sit in.
Yeah, see, everything is fine.
And begins to just kind of sit there with the plate, moving food around. Nina, you are the next to enter the ship, finding most of the rooms empty. Everyone downstairs as Nathan enters not too long after. And the two of you head down, finding the table very full, but always with enough space for those that consider family. So 2 seats still remain for the two of you as you come down and grab plates. Nina, as you set your plate at the table, Hestiva very clearly, her eyes pointedly look towards you and then towards 2 bottles that are set there. And then a thing of juice off to the side.
Perfect. Now that we have the absolute necessities, there are some things that we're going to discuss, it has become very clear that we are shit at sharing with each other. And if we're going to be able to do the things that we need to do, we need to have everything on the table. Everyone here. Jalester, I'm sorry that this is going to be probably more of an info dump than you need, but at least you'll know the eggs you're cooking with, because we definitely are a pretty crazy omelet.
He looks uncomfortable but also a well-seasoned spy who immediately just kind of grasps a glass and sits back and waits for whatever is about to happen.
So you are welcome to listen in, but I also have this, and I hand over this notebook. I have a friend that does research for me at the Font of Knowledge in Waterdeep, and he's been looking into the Elder Eye, and this is what he got. So for everyone else, it is a drawing of the thing we fought yesterday and some information on the fact that there might be a cleric in it somewhere, yada, yada, yada. That's a thing you can focus on. Now, the eggs that we're cracking to make this great omelet. Who wants to go first?
Drags the book forward and immediately flips it open and just puts on this show of reading and focusing on it, but you know he is also listening to everything around him.
No, that's fair.
So at this point, Nathan just kind of stands up and looks around. We need everything on the table at this point. And I mean everything. This family is too important to me to have this much hidden behind everybody's walls. So get started.
I'll go first. Y'all know most of my business, but yesterday I did hear a new voice when we were looking for Chara. It told me not to come onto the Manta Rose and instead to go into the forest. I followed it because I trusted it, and it led me to her, where she had been poisoned, paralyzed by the infiltrators we caught. Now, I don't know whose that voice is. I'm not going to continue to follow it until I know more, but in that moment, it's what felt right. But now you know, I got a new voice.
You see Mr. Piccolo pause for a moment and look up and well said. Well said.
That's me. I pour myself a mimosa.
Anyone else? Tempo? Harshness? Rowan?
Why are you saying all the people I gotta play? All at once!
Nope, it's fine. I'll go. I don't want to go. No, Chara just stands up and goes, no, I'm gonna go. Okay. Alright. She'll kind of look around the table. She'll go, well, I'm pregnant.
You hear several sets of silverware either scrape against plates or clatter. Some drinkware that almost like knocks against the plates, and a couple of you just hear probably need. Well, no, it's probably you, Char. You probably hear it. Jalesser just draws in a just the ever quietest squeak of air of just like just very much engaged in whatever is coming out.
Yep, so that's a thing.
Congratulations!
No, but also I got dumped yesterday, so like...
Oh, what the fuck? And Enoff, like, throws her knife down and immediately stands in her chair and looks over towards Parsonus, who is seated there with a fork in his hand, like, into whatever pile of eggs he has on his plate, staring at them, and he just kind of twirls it back and forth.
No, it's fine. Before you get mad at the captain, he had his reasons. Right, and instead of talking to me and telling me those reasons, I had to hear them from somebody else. Oh, yes, my impending death of me and my children.
To be fair, you never asked him how he felt about it.
I'm sure he's torn up. I believe he's torn up. But that doesn't mean I also can't be mad at this moment.
Absolutely. Just saying.
I believe he thinks he's doing what's best.
As his friend, I gotta defend him at least a smidgen. I gotta uphold my part of the friendship thing.
That's good.
As
You're
the two of
a good
you
guy.
have this argument, Parsonus slowly sets down the fork next to the table, next to his plate. And he sits back, draws in a deep breath, and looks up at you, Tara.
I'm sorry, I seem to have smashed all of the eggshells in the room. So, go right ahead.
Oh, man. Oh, boy.
We backed this man into a corner in front of his whole group.
Yeah.
Sorry.
He sits there for a long moment. Roll me an insight check, Chara.
Who? That's a 22.
Wow. You see the expression of someone who sees something altogether beautiful and terrifying at the same time before them. And you see a resignation come over him. And he almost like slouches into the chair a bit more, and his eyes drop a bit. Well, I don't think it's any surprise to most of you. Not to some of you. my heritage. Partially human and half-elf, partial fiend, archlord, demon, and I have always known, and his eyes connect with you, Chara. I have always known that he would come looking for me. That one day I would replace him. And the only reason I know that is because he's told me. Through dreams. Very uncomfortable moments. And it wasn't until recently that it was confirmed. And his eyes briefly glance over towards Nathan. I always thought it was the lies of a fiend. But now I have confirmation. As much as I want to deny it, I don't feel like I can risk that. I wish I were more courageous to be able to face you and tell you the truth of everything. I wish I had. Every person has their weak links, and I am my own weak link. And you're the thing that breaks me. You and everything that we build together. I would love that future. But I don't feel like I can risk it.
As a player, I'll ask, may I interject, Allie, or do you want to reply first?
I didn't know personally. Allie didn't know if we were doing like the talking stick thing where we were each going to go and say our piece before responding.
I don't want to step on you, so...
Yeah, I think you guys can work this out. Like, let's talk this through one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, we're doing one at a time. Oh.
Well, whoever, like, Char, if you feel like Char would interject first.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm? Or if you feel like she would let Nathan go. Totally up to you.
I think she might let Nathan go as she's like processing through. It would not step on my toes.
Okay. So for Nathan, he's still standing. We'll honestly just walk around the table, walk up beside Parsnips, and smack him in the back of the head.
I know you've been waiting to do that.
I have been. We had a whole conversation about this.
Yes, we did.
He kind of leans down, and you still made the stupid choice. But, that being said, again, you don't have to be alone with anything you're doing. You don't think you have the strength to make this work. Fine, fair. I'll even agree with you and call you a weakling if that's what makes you feel better. However, and he grabs his head and lifts it up to look at the table, everyone else here has the strength to do that. Try believing in us. Anyways, then he turns his head towards her again. I'll go back to my seat.
Chara would very much like look him square in the eyes and be like, you gotta trust me. You gotta trust us, all of us. And if you think we're gonna let you go that easily, you think it's not. The future's not set in stone.
He leans forward on the table towards you and kind of lowers his voice a bit, trying to direct it specifically towards you, and looks you in the eye. Are you willing to risk your future over it? Your children?
Nowhere in this prophecy does it say that you going at it alone is going to prevent that from happening. Nothing says that by me staying, it happens or it doesn't happen, or vice versa. Like, there are no rules to it. Are you willing to throw away your future on this future? You're willing to throw it away on a maybe?
I'd throw away anything to see you and them safe.
Well, I hate to break it to you. I think we kind of got to do that together.
His eyes kind of briefly flit across the rest of the people at the table. All right. So, big happy family facing off the Archdemon Lord together.
Right after an Elder God and 3 more Elemental Princes. Nina holds up her mimosa. Together!
Piccolo again.
Tuesday to me.
So that's it? That's everyone's laundry?
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, I'm dying.
real smooth. And Nina just takes a deep drink from her mimosa.
Everyone just kind of hears it and almost half ignores it, thinking it's just this offhanded comment. But Rowan's eyes kind of linger on you for a moment. What?
I'm dying.
I think Parsonus is probably the only other one that his hands go into his lap and he sits back almost knowingly.
I mean, naturally is the best way to put that. Just quickly in comparison.
Why?
Consequences to bringing Nina back.
Oh.
I gave up most of what I had left for time in this world.
How? How does
If I'm
one do that?
being honest, I reached out into the void with most powerful, brightest thing I had at the moment, and that was an entire lifetime of immortality. And if I'm being honest, I'm already over 500 years old. I've lived a life or two. So when I did that, it left me with a year.
A year?
So I got about 9 months left.
How many of those 500 years did you live as you are? As just Nathan? How many of those 500 years did you live as what's his face, father, daddy-o's lackey?
You're 28, right, Rowan?
Yeah, I think Rowan's about 28.
Uh, 30.
Okay. So 30 years here with no memories. And
During that time, you were somebody else's lackey.
pretty much, yeah.
So how is it fair that you only get a year of your own life?
Nathan would kind of sit back, not sit back, but he's standing. He'd put his head back for a second and then kind of put his arm down and kind of put it on Nina's back and look back at you. I get a year with her. And that's more than I would have gotten if I did.
Nathan, you probably, and Char, you probably noticed this too because you're fucking passive perception. You see Parsonus kind of rest his elbow on the table and just run a hand over his mouth as he hears that in thought before his eyes just kind of trail over towards you, Tara.
It's not a lot of time, and we have things that we have to do, so we've kept everyone focused because there are things we have to do. But that being said, we're in this together, and I kind of reach up and pat Nathan's hand on my back. And I know that everyone here, when this is all over, will help us find a way to make sure that that doesn't happen. The same way, we're going to make sure that you don't end up an archdevil and any other grievances that come after this.
I'm not giving up. I want to live. So none of you need to worry about that part of it. I'm not reserved to this timetable I've been given.
Best we can guess is it's just this body, not his soul.
Mainly that guess comes from the fact that this body is... And he kind of pulls up his sleeve and you can see like the porcelain cracks in his forearm on the right side. Breaks oddly is the only way I can put that.
Rowan just kind of like runs her hand over her forehead. No, that's a normal break. That's how normal people break.
Really? People's skin turns to glass and cracks?
Okay, no, that's not normal. That's not normal at all. Your skin turned to glass?
Yeah, and he rolls his sleeve back up and it's like cracked in his skin.
What the?
I mean, it works. So, silver lining.
I'm not the smart one right now. I'm very pretty today about it. The only thing I can think of is how do re-immortality. Like,
Don't worry,
not
Nina is already on it. Liza, as a player, already has several options that I have been considering.
Nina or Liza, the only thing I can think of right now is we just steal somebody else's immortality and give it back. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, I've got a couple of spells. They're just gonna. It won't be until we're like level 20, so we just gotta make it that long.
But nonetheless, I'm sorry I kept it from you all this long.
How long have you kept it from us?
Well, if I have 9 months left, and I had a year.
It was when we were fighting the things on the airship.
That's right.
Sorry, I shouldn't be a smartass in this moment.
No, you shouldn't. But
Yeah.
that's also who you are.
I know. Anyways, I wanted to take care of the bigger problems first.
Bigger is subjective, but like I get where
Not
you're coming
really,
from.
because if those bigger problems wipe out this entire realm, then it doesn't matter whether I'm immortal or not.
Well, okay, when you put it that way.
Trust me, I had that same conversation with him.
I'd rather sort out that problem. And then we can deal with mine. If anybody wants to help with that afterwards.
I mean, I'll reach out. I'll reach out to my deity. I'll find
Rowan.
something.
Problem for later.
It's not.
That's everything I got. I don't have any more cards. He kind of looks at you, Char, when he says that.
I don't think I have any more cards. I think that's all I got. Unless I'm forgetting something.
So anyone else, Nina says, gesturing around the table. Anyone else have any problems they would like help with?
Nathan actually looks at Tempo and kind of just holds his gaze there for a bit.
Well, I think we gotta wait for Tempo to be here to divulge
I know.
that.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Tempo is sitting there just looking at her plate, where she just has a biscuit open and butter on it, and she has a thing of honey next to her, untouched, and she's just kind of been looking at it, listening.
Oh, shit. Sorry. Nope. Also, when I lose control and go into kind of an angry battle state, I'm completely out of control. And I basically just see enemies. However, that being said, in the last battle, I think I made a bit of a breakthrough on that. So I'll keep you posted.
And I've pulled him out of the last two, so we're not without options, but
I
best
think I
case
just need to
scenario,
stop
we don't
being
get there.
afraid of it.
Fear is a poison we give ourselves.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Pickle. I appreciate it. He looks down the table. Anybody else?
Chara.
What you off?
Enoff is sitting there stroking her ghost-like ethereal cat, and when you call her out, no change other than her eyes shift towards you, and the cat's head turns and looks towards you too.
Okay.
I got no secrets that need telling.
I respect that.
Yep.
Chara, you see Parsonus, who's been sitting for the past couple minutes, just looking at you. And at one point, he just kind of moves his hand away from his mouth, and you just see him mouth, "I'm sorry. Already, I'm sorry."
You should be.
I am.
But she'll wink at him.
And
I feel better now that I've yelled. That's what Chara says it out loud. She's like, I feel so much better now that I've yelled.
Parsonus kind of like snorts, like almost like a relieved snort, like this is normal. Chara, and this is what he wants to see. And you see Gillester just head buried in this book. And as things kind of quiet down and everyone's looking at each other, he closes the book and lifts it and holds it out to you, Nina. That was very informative. Thank you. I'll add that to my notes and address that at the next council meeting, which will probably be in a couple hours. And he looks over across the table towards Parsonus. I'll come gather you for that when I'm about ready to. And Parsonus just kind of looks at him for a moment. What? And Gillester...
Right. So I volunteered you to be our voice in the council?
That's a thing. That's a thing that you mentioned, and unfortunately forgot about. What council? Of the realms, right? Of all the realms of Faerun. All the great and powerful leaders getting together to discuss the future of Faerun. And
yeah, so if they try to screw us over, you're there to talk for us.
Good. That's a wonderful position for me to be in. Thank you.
I mean, it's the most dangerous position you could be in. I figured you wanted to be brave and protect Chara here, so that's the best way you could do it.
Mr. Piccolo leans forward. This sounds like quite an honor. Quite an honor indeed. Good show, Captain. Good show.
And you've been voluntolded. That's how it works.
Them's the rules.
Welcome to the family.
Thank you. I look forward to you coming to collect me, Gillester. Also, wonderful to see you on my ship. Thank you for joining us. And Gillester just gives a smirk and sits back, pleased.
I'm also scared to know how he knew to be here.
Nina invited him. Right?
She did.
Not to the ship.
That's true, but we can say while you were talking with Pell, I did tell him we were heading to the Manta Rose.
Fair enough.
I mean, if it makes you feel... I am, as I've said, quite skilled. I'm very good at discerning information, and when all of you were not at the manor, I started looking elsewhere, and... Well, you've been hanging out at the... You know, it doesn't matter.
I'm just busting your chops. Don't worry about it.
Oh.
So, next order of business. We have this to look through. This lair of Shathragat. But I think we need to tackle the cults first, because otherwise they're going to continue to send these shapeshifters and mercenaries and everyone else after us. So we have the Spear of the Air cult. I think we need to go to Feathergale Spire whatever the fuck it's called, and close that portal before they can summon whoever their person is. A name I once remembered and cannot remember right now. That's okay.
You're a couple drinks in, sweetheart. Sorry.
Yeah, lots of big news. Anyway,
Jan Sieben,
there we go.
Yeah, that guy.
Prince of Evil Air.
Yeah. Okay, so we can do that, and then we can quickly get to some of the other cults. They're not far away. I did work out how to move us faster and immediately. So we can teleport there quickly, leaving the Manta Rose here safe and able to do whatever you need it to do. Hestiva, Parsonus, obviously, that's your call. But you have your ship back, and we can always come see you and stay in contact with you. You've got an earpiece, so... I mean, as long as you still want this working relationship, but I think right now we need to be able to jump from place to place quickly. And I think I can do that now.
You see a momentary glimpse of slight shame, embarrassment, and guilt from both Hestiva and Parsonus, before they both just kind of accept everything that's happened and give a nod. And Parsonus especially would speak up. I think that's probably for the best.
That being said, you guys have been priceless isn't the word, but we couldn't have done what we've done so far without you. I mean, Athkatla, this, just all of it.
And we're not done. You know, this is just step one in a very long list of steps.
We'll be here for whatever you need. And I will do my best to be your voice, or the voice for everyone else.
Okay. So talk to the council, not constable. Fuck, we have a constable. Yeah, we have a constable somewhere that needs to be returned to Red Larch, don't we?
Yeah.
Cool. So that will actually be something that you guys can do. The man we rescued from the water cult, his family is in Red Larch, and it might be good for him to be taken home. And then from there, maybe work with the council to see about cleaning up that fucking slug trail back to Tribor. But more importantly, maybe figure out where it came from. If you guys can do some preliminary scouting to see if you can't find the lair that's mentioned here. You don't have to do anything about it, but just help us do some reconnaissance so that once we're done with these cults, I can get there quickly. We can get there quickly.
Celester actually leans forward a bit and says, I actually laid eyes on that this morning when I was leaving the inn. I'm glad you brought it up. It was quite concerning when I saw it. One of my contacts that I called to come in, one of my group, and he kind of looks at you pointedly, Nina. He's an incredible researcher. I have the utmost confidence if If anyone can figure it out, it would be him.
Right. Okay, great. That's above table. That's what my note Hemlock was about. I forgot he had a group of. What the fuck does Hemlock mean? Okay. Got it. I'm back on track. Okay.
So, first order, as Jalester kind of looks around the table, heading to the air cults then. Is that?
Yeah, I think so. We'll take a hour or two to stock up. Actually, we can probably take most of the day if we need it, but we'll figure out the best plan and I'll teleport us there.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. Excuse me, I've got to get this information over. And Jalester would scoot his chair back and start to walk away. As he passes Parsonus' chair, he just leans down and whispers a few words before Parsonus gives a nod and he moves off.
Great. So, the only thing I can think of that we might need to do, maybe see if Marigold, well, I was going to say see if Marigold has any health potions to spare, but those might have gone to healing folks around town, so we might just have to make do with what we got.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. As all of you finish breakfast, I think that's probably a good place for us to end it for the night.
Yeah.
Good place for the other two to retroactively say
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I missed you guys so much.
Sorry, I smashed all
Same.
the eggshells.
No, that was great.
Oh, heck yeah. What's